Ora si registrerà la conferenza.
Okay, we have some mission, but it's going to start. Okay, these two species, just like I said, have very close morphological characteristic to the bluefin, but differ from two important aspects, just like I said. The first one is about the geographical distribution, and we will see soon how they differ and which area they cover. And moreover, also in the sizes, of course. And if we consider a commercial point of view, we have to say that, of course, the bluefin is the most valuable species according also to the Japanese market and Korean market, of course. Because, and we can say that the meat of the bluefin tuna is one of the most valuable on the market, and it has an extremely bright color, and we will see maybe some picture later, and a high fat content, which is a very important aspect if we have an idea on the commercial point of view, of course, and on the quality of the product. Okay, let's move on. Here we have, just like I said, the...
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, I just want 2 minutes only. The people I told everyone is in. I see that someone is not here.
Okay.
He's here. Okay, guys, good luck. Bye.
Thank you. Ciao, Mitchell.
Okay. Thank you, Mitchell. Let's move on. Just like we have seen a few minutes before, look at this picture for the 3 species, of course. You have Turnus tinus, Turnus mccoy, Turnus orientalis, and they are distributed in 3 different areas, which are a very wide areas. Indeed, if we give a look to the geographic distribution of the bluefin tuna, as you can see, it's a very wide area, moving from the North Europe, the north coast of the Europe here, and along the States, Canada, and the South America until the Brazil coast. On the right path, we have as well a very important area moving from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea. As you can see, there are 2 different kinds of green. You have 2 areas in dark green and 1 in light green. Anyone, it's a question, if you want, of course. Do you know why we have highlighted these 2 areas with a dark green and different color? Do you have some idea about it?
Is it because of the mating season?
Yes, indeed. Those are 2 areas of spawning for the bluefin tuna, and respect the other species. We have 2 main areas, which is and that is the reason why usually you will find a different stock assessment, and we will see in the ICAT recommendation, which define 2 different stocks, because there are 2 different areas for spawning, for inbreeding, and of course, under a genetic point of view, are 2 subpopulations of the bluefin. There is the Western bluefin tuna, that is a specific stock assessment for the States fishery, and they usually go in the Gulf of Mexico because there are specific characteristics, and we will see during this presentation in terms of temperature and in a specific period of the year, of course. And that's the same for the Eastern bluefin tuna, which came into the Mediterranean Sea for reproduction, for the spawning period. And of course, now we have a big area in the Mediterranean Sea in this picture, but we will see during this training that there are specific spots in the Mediterranean where they chosen by the bluefin for the spawning season. And what I would like to notice on this picture and is again the wide area. You know, there are in this specific picture big differences in terms of temperature. You know, the tuna it's an highly migratory species, and move from the coast of the Norway, where usually the temperature of the water is about 3 Celsius degree, and coming into equatorial zone where the temperature are more or less around 30 Celsius degree. There is a very big difference. There are very big differences in terms of temperature, and the tuna is one of the species in the group of the fish, the teleosts in particular, which have been adapted some evolutionary characteristics that allow the fish to move in those areas. There is a specific reason, of course, you know, and mainly is connected, is linked to the need to have to exploit several resources. Indeed, the tuna needs to move all around the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, for example, not just for the breeding, which of course is one of the reasons, but also to be able to exploit several resources, because the tuna needs to feed, and the growth rates are very impressive. An important predator. It is considered a top predator in the supply chain. Okay, in the food chain, of course. And maybe you already know.
Hello.
Sorry, turn off the microphone, please. Okay. And there are no predators for the bluefin according under an ecological point of view. Of course, you can see the killer whale and the fisherman, of course, but in nature there are no big predators that affect the tuna population. Now, if we made a comparison between species, just to give you a complete idea on the geographical differences, here we have the geographical distribution for the Turnus mccoy, for example, which is the Pacific bluefin tuna, because you have a wide area as well in the Pacific Ocean, and moving from the western part of the States and South America, go to the eastern part of Australia and Japan and Indonesian area. Here in dark blue, of course, we have the spawning area as well, but it's just one for the Turnus mccoy. The same for the Turnus orientalis, here in purple. You have a wide distribution, but mainly included in the latitude between the South America, as you can see, and the southern part of the Australia. It's just a very wide strip of area, and you have just one spawning area, big area, of course, here in the northwestern part of the Australia. I think that it's more clear now, the differences, if we speak about a geographical point of view. And do you have some question about this part and some doubts about this? I think it's pretty clear, no?
Yes, it is.
Great, great.
Luigi,
Yeah.
because you were talking about predators earlier. Aren't sharks predators of the bluefin tuna migrating season?
Yeah, of course, you're right. But especially the shark, they move near the cages, you know, especially at the farm. I think that in Malta you have some example about this. You're totally right. Yes. Thank you. Santa? Sorry?
I said you're welcome.
Oh, great. Okay, let's move on. Here we have the other species included in the fishery, commercial fishery, of course. You have the albacore, the big-eye tuna, blackfin, and yellowfin tuna. Of course, those species are all around the world, no? In the Mediterranean Sea, we have the alalungi, and I think so, because in the Pacific area and Indian Ocean, you have these other species which are included in the big group in the ICCAT, that is the tropical tunas. Yellowfin is also important, and I think we have just few minutes to speak about this. There are some differences under a morphological point of view. For example, the alalungi, you know, it's so called alalungi because you have this pectoral fin very elongated here, very long pectoral fin, and yellowfin, for example, because you have the second dorsal fin and the second anal fin, which are very big and brightish yellow. It's quite easy to determine the species, of course. Those are the other species. If you want to speak on it, we can also make more lessons. But for now, we focus on our big guy, the bluefin. Here we have. And I think that you have already an idea about the bluefin. There are some important characteristics. First of all, what we have to say, and the shape of the body of the bluefin tuna. It is considered under engineering point of view, the most hydrodynamic shape that is physically possible to achieve in nature. There are important reasons, because, you know, just like we said, the tuna can reach very important sizes, and you know, at sea it's hard to move, and also under an ecological point of view, if we consider the consumption of energy. And for this reason, the tuna has developed a very important characteristics which allow the fish to be able to perform very efficient swimming, no? And one of these characteristics is the shape of the body. It's just like a rocket into the sea, considering its shape. As you can see, it's just like a rocket, of course. We have, if we give a look to the fish, the coloring of the bluefin tuna individual is typical of the pelagic fish. Indeed, what we have is dark blue above. Here we have, can you see my arrow? Here is dark blue, of course, and then we have a light gray below on the belly. And of course, it's important to say we have some bright yellow caudal finlets. What we can say about the color of the fish? This particular adaptation is we have said is in the pelagic ecosystem, but in particular this color is important for the small pelagic fish. Someone knows why it's so important to have this color, especially for the small pelagic, such as anchovies, sardine, scomber, for example, mackerel? Do you know why it's so important to have this kind of color and about this fish?
Maybe is it to be a camouflage? I mean, to not be seen, maybe? I don't know.
It's
not
great, indeed. You're right. Please, Julian, go ahead.
Do not be seen from the top because it's dark as the water is, and to not be seen from the bottom because it's like white or not dark as the surface, so the light.
Exactly, you're both right.
Exactly. I can't hear a thing.
Okay, sorry, my microphone was off. You're right.
I couldn't hear what you just said. I wish to know what you just said.
Exactly. Okay. Just turn on your microphone. Indeed, my microphone was off, but you both right on this point, because if you have, for example, a predator coming from the top side of the column of water, or of course also coming from the air, such as marine birds, for example, the fish are not so easy to catch because the blue of the top of the fish camouflage the specimen in the column of water, and it's quite difficult for the predator to evaluate the exact moment of the attack. The same from the belly. If you have a predator coming from the bottom of the sea, sometimes thanks the sun and the light, there are some reflection in the column which allow the fish few seconds to escape. Of course, it's just an evolutionary adaptation to avoid the predator pressure. It's not 100%, of course, but it's important for the fish to give at least one possibility, one opportunity to escape. Indeed. That's why. Great. Just if we give a look also to the other part of the bluefin, we have two dorsal fins. The first one here, the first dorsal fin, is very important, especially in the sampling activity, but we will see later. Probably if we have time, I can show you later, of course. But it's the first dorsal fin is bluish yellow, as you can see, and it is higher than the second dorsal fin. Is higher, and the color of the second dorsal fin is different, as you can see, is bluish, reddish sometimes, and there is also another important difference. Indeed, you have the spine, as you can see, are bigger than the second one, which is structured with soft rays, is more flexible, because during the swimming, and we will see, of course, the tuna is able to use the fin swimming in the column of the water, just to choose the direction and to change the direction of the swimming, and to improve the thrust in the water gave by the caudal fin, retracting the fins in a specific slot along the body, and probably you will see if you have the possibility, the opportunity to work on tuna. It will be more clear for you, of course, because here it's not possible for me to show you, but there are slots all around the body which allow the fish to reduce the shape of the fins and to reduce also the effort that the fish needs to put into the thrust by the caudal fin, and to win the friction between the body and the water, of course. There are 2 pectoral fins, 2 ventral fins, 1 anal fin, and 2 anal fins, sorry, and 8, 10 finlets, which caudal finlets in brightish yellow. What is important also to say is given by the caudal fin. Here we have is falcated or arcuated, just like you prefer to say, and is linked to the body with a caudal peduncle. The caudal peduncle is very important because it's structured with a very strong musculature, and give the tuna the possibility to improve the swimming by very, very powerful thrusts into the water. And this is a reason why the tuna is considered also an hydrodynamically point of view an efficient swimmer. And it is important to say because that is the reason why also the tuna is able to cover very wide areas during the migratory period, of course. There are other 2 points because we go ahead. First of all, there are conical teeth. And there is another important point to highlight, which is the here near the operculum, the tuna is not provided with a specific muscles such as the other fish. And this is very important to say because when you will see the video of the tuna, you will be able to see the fish swimming constantly and with the mouth open all the time. Why it is so important to have the mouth opened during the swimming activity? Someone? Maybe you just know?
Does it help them cooling down?
Sorry, one more time. First of all, Daniel, please go ahead.
So, does it help them with cooling down their bodies?
Sorry?
Does it help with cooling down the body, to let the water flow through the body to cool the body down for all the swimming?
Exactly, Daniel, you're right. Indeed, because not having the possibility to pump the water through the gill, the tuna needs to swim constantly with the mouth open to force the water into the body through the gills in order to allow the exchanges of the oxygen between the blood and the water. And if you stop a tuna, he probably died in a few minutes because he's not able to breathe. And that is an important reason why the tuna needs to swim constantly, because he needs to breathe, of course. And another point, because he's not provided with a system to such as the other fish to move into the water, and he needs to swim just to give the fish the possibility to adjust the position in the column of the water and the depth of their swimming. Indeed, I think we will see soon the tuna is able to swim from the surface to 1,000 meters deep. and it's very important. There are not just horizontal migration, but also vertical migration, which are all important because allow the tuna to catch different species, starting from the small pelagic in the first part of the column of water, and from the cephalopods, for example, deeper into the sea. But of course, we will see during this presentation. Is everything clear since until now? Okay,
Yes.
I think. Okay, let's move on. Great, let's move on. Here, Atlantic bluefin tuna, just like we said, this is just a summary, has an elongated body, made by a very compact and powerful musculature structure. There is a mistake here, but we have an idea. The color, we already have seen it. And what it is important for me just to say that there is a specific process called ram ventilation. We have seen this process few seconds ago when we talked about the breathing of the bluefin tuna. Swimming with the mouth open allow the fish to breathe, we said, and this process is called ram ventilation. Through this adaptation is probably for an adaptation of the sharks. Indeed, if you see a shark at sea is swimming constantly with the mouth open and forcing the water through the mouth, into the mouth, through the gills, to guarantee the breathing and the exchanges of oxygen with blood, of course. For the tuna, is the same, because he's not able to pump water actively, such as the other fish in all around the world, for the other species, of course. Okay, here we have. This is another important point, and it is the Rete mirabilis. I will spend just few minutes on it. There is a lot of information to say, but we have just to understand why the tuna is able to do this important migration, for example, and so on. As you can read on this slide, tunas are the only bony fishes having the ability to maintain vital body parts always warm. They are not affected by low water temperatures, thanks to special physiological mechanisms which allow to hold metabolic heat produced by the body tissue and so on. But what is important to say as regards this part, and we will see, I think, in the next slide as well, there is this system, which is the Rete mirabile. This is a circulatory system, and the tuna has a wide area of the body included in this system. As you can see here in this picture is the red zone, and having this heat system allow the fish to swim also in cold water, because thanks the possibility to maintain the temperatures warm, he is not affected by the lower temperature, the low water temperatures. Indeed, as you can see here in this picture, there is the central part of the body here nearby the spine, and in this part, which are the cranial cavity, the brain, basically, and the eyes and other important tissue to protect by the lower temperature. Having this system that is, if we want simplified, it's just a circulatory system with a lot of blood, and thanks this system, the tuna is able to maintain, just like we said, the body temperature at least 10 Celsius degree above the surrounded temperature. What it means that the tuna can move from the North Europe, 3 Celsius degree, to the equatorial zone without being affected by the cold and the needs to move away from those areas. It is clear since now this process, the Rete Mirabile.
Yes, it is.
Okay, it's quite. We tried to simplify the system because there are ecological and molecular.
I didn't understand the question.
Yes.
I didn't understand the question.
No, the question was. Why? I don't know. Okay, I'm just turning off your microphone. No, my question was if this system is clear, Rete Mirabile. I was clear on this point about the possibility of the tuna to move in wide areas from different temperatures. Thanks this system, which is an evolutionary system, from blood, and you have I think I have a picture, I don't know, here, maybe here, and we will see later. As you can see, the tuna has this part, this central part with the red muscles, which are irrigated by the blood. It is very important because thanks the possibility to have a lot of muscles irrigated by the blood, the tuna is able to maintain the body temperature at least 10 Celsius degree above the surrounded temperature, above the temperature of the waters which surround the fish. Is it clear, more clear now?
It's like a thermic blanket.
Okay, thank you.
Inside, yes. Yes, of course. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
This ability, we have just a brief summary in this last part. This ability provides a high movement efficiency. Of course, the tuna is able to migrate, and we know, and allows a peculiar swimming style. I think that we will see next slide, but it is also important to say that the swimming style is important for the tuna because there are specific adaptations to which allow the fish to be able to make a very efficient swimming, preserving the energy. And it's important because it's just like you have a Ferrari, for example, or Porsche or BMW, for example, and you need a lot of gasoline, no? And it's just like the same for the tuna. For this reason, the tuna needs to feed a lot of resources. And for this reason, the tuna has developed this evolutionary system to be able to exploit different resources. Indeed, there are small pelagic, for example, in the North Europe, or cephalopods and small pelagic in the Mediterranean. There are different resources in different areas. And also, if you want to move in those areas, you have also to consider the possibility to move in different temperatures, different, for example, salinity, and this is another important parameter to evaluate. Okay. Just like we said, the cruise swimming of the tuna consists in a strong caudal fin stroke and thrust, which generate important thrust in the water. We can say propulsive thrust, of course, and followed by a slipping swimming phase. If we want to clarify better this point, the tuna has two different phases in his swimming. The first one is the important propulsive thrust with the caudal fin. He gave a very important thrust in the water and moved the fish, all cutting the water. Then the tuna, after this propulsive thrust, is going to slip into the water, preserving some energy. And it is a very inefficient system. If you want to cover a wide area day by day. Indeed, you know, in order to be able to reach the spawning grounds, the spawning areas, the tuna move from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea, and they have a specific period, and for this reason they have to move very quickly and cover several nautical miles per day, and it's very impressive. Here we have a picture. I decided to put this information just to give you an idea about the differences we found in different areas. For example, you can see here on the left, we have here we have the degree, and as you can see, we move from 3 Celsius degree here in dark blue, more or less, to the equatorial zone, where you are able to find 30 degrees, and there are important differences. It means that you can find also different conditions, different temperatures in for the surface waters, and you know, if you want to survive in this situation, especially in this area, you have to develop specific adaptation, such as the tuna, about the circulatory system. And here we have a picture about the sea surface from, if I remember well, to 2011. Yes, it's a satellite analysis, this one. And you have the sea surface temperature of the Mediterranean Sea. Here we have from April, May, and June, if I'm right. I think yes, if I remember well. And what we can say about this, we have temperature around 17, 18 Celsius degree in April, moving the Mediterranean comes warm in May, all around 24, 25 Celsius degree, and then growing up until June, July, and so on. Why I decide to put this picture, and especially this one, the middle one, in May, because I give you an idea about why it's so important to say that, just to better understand why the tuna come in the Mediterranean Sea in May and June for the spawning season, because and we will see in the next part of this training that the tuna needs a specific temperature of the sea surface water to be able to start the breeding activity, the reproduction activity. And as you can see here in this picture, we have some specific areas where the temperature achieved the 24 degrees in May and June, more or less. Why I decided to put this picture in the middle here? Do you have an idea why it's so important to say that in May and June we have 24 Celsius degree at the Balearic Island, here in the Gulf of Sirte, on the Mediterranean Sea, on the Channel of Malta, for example? Why it's so important to say that? If you have an idea, of course.
Because it is the temperature of a perfect spawning situation in terms of
Yes. Yes, indeed, you're right. It is, and that's why, and maybe most of you already know that those are the most important catching area for the pursaners, for example, because the pursaners usually they catch the fish starting from the end of May until the 1st of July. There are some derogation you will see into the ICAT recommendation, of course, but this is important to say why you have fishing vessels that from May to June fish in this area, are able to fish in this area, in the Mediterranean Sea, as regards Italian fishing vessels mainly, and in the Turkish ones here, because in this period there is a perfect temperature of the water, which allows the fish to start the reproduction activities. And in order to do that, the fish move to the surface, and of course that is the best situation to improve the efficiency of the fishery, of course. And there are there is, I like to say, there is, every time there is a connection, not just from the biological and the ecological topics, but we have to consider also the socioeconomic index. All these points shall be connected, in my point of view, because according to the common fisheries policy, which is a set of regulation we have to follow, and the ICAT is included in this kind of policy. We have to consider in our management plan, during also the observation program, there are several aspects to evaluate. First of all, of course, we have to guarantee the sustainability of the species, and evaluating a stock assessment procedure, a management plan, of course, but it's not just, from my point of view, the biological issue or ecological issue. We have to consider all the aspects, including the socioeconomic, because if you are able to manage the fishing activities in a specific period for a specific fleet, and you will be able to achieve the efficiency of the system, which is focused, the goals of this activity is to guarantee the sustainability for the species, for the fishermen, and for all the fishery chain, of course. To the end users, or if you want to say the customers and so on, all the actors included in this system. Okay, but that's another point to evaluate together, maybe during another session. Now we have to move, because I have 15-20 minutes more. Hope to finish this part. Okay, what about swimming style of the bluefin? As you can see, we can read this slide, can reach 80 kilometers per hour speed, and it's very impressive. Of course, during the migration, the tuna is not able to swim at 80 kilometers per hour all the day, of course, but there are differences during the migration in order to allow the fish to be able to perform the best efficiency of the swimming. Here we have another description of the kind of the swimming style, and just few minutes to spend on this point about the these sections. And you can see here on the right there is a comparison between the small pelagic, in this case Sgomber, and the large pelagic species, which is the bluefin in this case. See how is different the swimming style. For example, in the small pelagic, you have very weak fluctuation of the caudal fin, and swimming is move in this way. For the tuna, go straight, but giving very important thrust, just like we say with the caudal fin. How it is possible that the tuna is able to do that? We can see here in this part of the picture, and it is connected to different kind of muscles, the white ones and the red ones. I'm not going to speak in detail about the fat and circulatory system again, because we will need a lot of time, I know, and now we have just to focus on some aspects of the tuna. But it's important for you to know that thanks the rete mirabile, this is the rete mirabile. We said that it's important for the temperature of the fish, but it is also important for the blood exchanges, the oxygen exchanges. Sorry, thanks the blood, and you can see there is a lot of red muscles here. I like to make an example. No, it's just like we want to run, okay? And after 1 hour, maybe 30 minutes, it depends, no, from our condition. But if we run for 1 hour, for example, at the end of the day, we will have our legs and muscles with that have made a very important effort, and because there is an anaerobic situation. Of course, we are not going to speak about it, but the possibility for the tuna to have blood and have oxygen for the muscles is important to guarantee the oxygen to the muscles, and indeed to perform a very efficient swimming. That is important. That is why, for example, anchovy, Sgomber are not able to move for wide areas. But I don't know if you have an idea about the anchovy. If you want to catch the anchovies, they are able to make instantaneously swimming. They move very quickly in a few seconds, but for a short period. The tuna is able to perform the attack for a long period because the tuna has this system which allows the oxygen to the muscles and is able to perform an effort for more time. And it is important also if we speak about the predator efficiency, the predation. The tuna is able to make a very long effort, which allows the fish to be able to catch a lot of resources. Is it clear, these differences between the small pelagic and large pelagic fish in terms of muscles?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's move on, because I just information. Here we go. The growth rates. I don't know if you some of you already I don't know, do you have some experience in the tuna activities, tuna fisheries, or not?
Yes, I have.
Julian?
Excuse me, I did not understand the question. Come again, please.
Yeah, do you have some experience in the fishing of tuna or working with bluefin, for example, to the farm? I don't know if you have some experience on this.
Never.
Okay,
This is
okay.
my first time doing this.
My name is Dean. Yes, I have for a long time experience with tuna. I used to swim with them, catching them, and all the same because I used to
Okay,
work.
there.
I used to work.
Okay, I can't hear you properly there. Yeah?
I said I used to work with tuna fish, so I have some experience on catching.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, great. Indeed, you have an idea, and this table is just to give you some information about how the tuna can improve in the growth rates. The Atlantic bluefin tuna reaches its sexual maturity at 5 to 8 years. It is considered, of course, for the Mediterranean ones. Through the Mediterranean, tuna is included between 4 and 6 years. It's different for the Western bluefin tuna, which achieve the maturity stage, the sexual maturity at 8 years. But this table is just to give you an idea. You will find this information also on the manual of the National Observers I sent to you 2-3 days ago, if I remember well. As you can see here, we have
question, please.
Yes.
Why is the 5 years 135 centimeters is written in red?
Yes. Okay. I'm going to explain to you. Okay. Thank you for your question. In this table, you see here in red this part because what we can say about this? Just like I said, the sexual maturity for the bluefin tuna in the Med is achieved at more or less, it's just a table, an estimation in this case, 5 years. When the tuna is 5 years, it is proved in scientific studies, of course, that is able to breed, to be part of in the reproduction activity, and which is the length at 5 years more or less is 135 centimeters and 35-40 kilo. And as you can read here is the minimum size. You will see I think after the lunch break in the ICAT recommendation, which are the minimum landing size for the tuna. The minimum landing size of the tuna or the catching size is 115 centimeters in terms of length or 30 kilos. Those are the minimum landing sites for the bluefin tuna according to the ICAT recommendation. In this table, it is just an estimation of the growth rates of the tuna, starting from the 3 months of life in larval state to the old ones, 50 years more or less. And you can have a comparison with the length and with the weight. At 4-5 years more or less, the tuna is achieve the sexual maturity and is able to be part of the reproduction and improve the recruitment of the population of the tuna. And when the tuna is 5-4 years, he achieves the minimum catching size. Is it clear?
Yes. And is it from 5 years they can start to mate the tuna?
Yes, in the Med, 4-5 years, of course. But 4-5 years, it is scientific, true scientific studies. It is proved that the tuna, at least 50% of the population included in the 4-5 years, is able to breed, to be part of the reproduction activity. Indeed, it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They have any size? They have any minimum size they can catch for you regulations?
Yeah, you will see after lunch break in the IGAT recommendation, but I can tell you, of course, for the bluefin tuna, the minimum size is 115 centimeters in terms of length, or 30 kilo, 30 kilo, round weight. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's move on. We have few slides more before the coffee break. Here we have about some information about the nutrition and the behavior of the tuna as top predator. As you can see, the tuna is called, and you will find also in the manual, an opportunistic species. Why we say that it's an opportunistic species? Because in all the life cycle, the tuna is able to have an important impact on different resources, and it is very wide, the range of resources on which the tuna is able to feed and to exploit a lot of resources. For example, it is just an example to give you an idea, guys, yeah? Because there are several aspects to evaluate, but you know, we have very few time. Those aspects are discussed also in the manual, but you have questions or doubts on it, don't hesitate to contact me, okay? But as you can see here in this slide, we have information about the larval stage, and when there are the juveniles, this is the most opportunistic phase of the life cycle of the tuna, because he's able to fish on the crustacean, cephalopods, small pelagic, and a lot of resources, until he became the top predator. In this phase, the tuna, you know, in order to achieve the best efficiency in the predation, the target species of the tuna, of course, are the small pelagic and the cephalopods, for example, in like tota, squid, and calamari, no, in Maltese, if I remember well, and anchovy, and so on. Habitat of the tuna, you know, more or less, is we have already spoken on this point. We have seen the geographical distribution about the tuna. Here we have a detailed distribution for the Atlantic and the Med, but more or less it is just the same we already said in the first part of this training presentation. You know, you have two different stocks, and this is the stock differentiation, more or less. It's just a theoretical differences. Indeed, there are a lot of scientific studies, especially for the mixing area, where, for example, here in the central part of the Atlantic, you have, of course, the two population mixed up, coming from the Mediterranean and the Gulf of Mexico. Here, of course, in yellow, you have the reproduction sites. For the Gulf of Mexico, is a wide area, just one. For the Mediterranean, indeed, just like we said, we have three important spots from Balearic Island and the Channel of Sicily and the Tyrrhenian Sea and the Gulf of Sirte, because there are also specific information on this point, and a lot of ecological reasons why the tuna choose those areas. For example, and just to give you an idea, those areas here in the Balearic, Tyrrhenian Sea and Gulf of Sirte, there are some phenomena which are called upwelling. The upwelling are important ecological phenomenon because there are important productivity stage. What it means in those areas, you have an important rate. If we give a look to the productivity, it means that you have a lot of fish. For example, small pelagic and so on, because there are specific reasons, of course. And the tuna chose these areas in order to guarantee the best effort in the reproduction activity, because the larvae of the tuna or the juveniles, for example, they will be able to feed on these resources easily, and it will be more possible for the new generation to be recruited into the population for the future. Of course, it's a very smart adaptation for the tuna in those cases. It's very important to say this point. And with the black arrow, you have the migration routes for the tuna, and moving all around the Atlantic, as you can see, those information coming up, the tagging activity. If we give a look at the scientific point, there are some projects, for example, which aim to tag the fish with a satellite, for example, and have information about the migration route of the tuna. And it is demonstrated, of course, that tuna born in the Mediterranean Sea are able to pass through the Strait of Gibraltar and move to the north of Europe, or in the Atlantic Ocean. It's a very, very important area covered by those fish. Very important.
May
Usually,
I ask a question about this, please?
yeah, of course.
So logically, is it a defense system for their next generation to be safe?
About what? Maybe I've not understood well your question.
They migrate to, for example, the Mediterranean, right? I think it shows here it's the most safer place to mate, and I think generate.
Now I have understood your question. Indeed, we can say that there are ecological aspects in true, not just for safe, because if you have the possibility to grow up your child, you try to find the best solution. And for the tuna, it's just the same. They have those areas where there is a lot of food, for example, and they give to the larvae and the juveniles, the child, the possibility to feed quickly and grow very, very easily in those areas. Of course, it's just an ecological strategy. There is not the 100% of certainty, because there is also a mortality stage, a rate about the larvae. No, the larvae of tuna are there is a predation effort made by, for example, anchovies. The anchovies are able to feed on the larvae of tuna, of course, but it's considered in terms of the efficiency we want to achieve for the next recruitment. But indeed, just like I said, there are several aspects in order to be able to achieve the best result, the best possible result, of course.
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Luigi, may I ask a question, please?
Of course.
So you mentioned that the tuna are tracked by satellite. Are they also tracked by tagging?
There is a tagging project. Indeed, maybe I'll show you next time some picture. There are scientific projects. They are able to catch some fish, and very quickly they put on the top of the fish the tag, a satellite tag. Of course, the tag follow the fish, and the satellite trace the migration route. It is very interesting. I think that I have some picture, and maybe tomorrow I'll show you, if we have some time, some information about this. It's very interesting. Huh?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, let's move on.
Sorry, Dean here. Why they grow up? They grow up so easily because of the temperature of the water, or because how much they can feed?
Thank you, Diane. Yes, it's, maybe easily. It's not a correct definition. I'm sorry for that. Just to give you an idea. But of course, there is a lot of resources, and the temperature is just important for the reproduction. But what is important to grow very quickly, of course, are the resources that tuna has at disposal in the Mediterranean, for example. And moreover, there are other aspects. For example, the tuna is able, in the first part of his life, but not just the tuna, also other fish, they grow up very quickly in order to avoid the mortality gave up by other species. It's an adaptation of the fish into the water, because you know there are a lot of predators, and in order to be able to have a good recruitment of the child, you have to grow up very quickly in order to reduce the effort of the predation made by other species. But the growth rates are made by an evolutionary adaptation, and of course, if you have a high quantity of resources, it is more easily for you to grow up very quickly and healthy, of course.
Muted.
Okay, because in the tuna fish farm they give a lot of food, so they can grow up very, very fast. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. Of course, there are some differences, Diane, because in the farm, usually you have adult tuna, and that is for the fattening, for make more fat and grow up the weight of the fish. Of course, it's a little bit different. But for example, in Croatia, you will see in the afternoon there is a derogation of the ICCAT recommendation that allows the fishermen, sorry, to count small ones, 8 kilos, at least 8 kilos, just for the farming activities. And indeed, if you have a good management plan, you are able to have an efficiency in the grow up of the fish, according also to your expenses and so on. But you're right, there are differences between the stage of the life. In Malta, for example, you have adult tuna in the farm. In Croatia, maybe they focus their attention to the younger ones. But of course, it's more or less the same if we speak about the growth rates for the youngest. But in Malta, I think you have the old ones, adult fish, and they are involved in the fattening activities. Okay. If there are no more questions, I would like to move on. I have just a few minutes left before I leave. Here we have the migrations, and this is the last part of the slide of this presentation, and focusing the attention on the migration. Keep in mind this information here in brackets. Homing. Homing is a specific behavior of the bluefin tuna, and it is explained here below. According to the homing behavior, tunas born in the Mediterranean Sea and migrated to the Atlantic Sea for the growth phase during their life are able to return to their place of origin for spawning events. Of course, in the late spring and early summer, we know. And we have some references about the temperature, 22, 25 Celsius degree. But what is very important to say that the tuna is this specific behavior called homing. Thanks to homing, the tuna, which are born, for example, in the Gulf of Mexico, after the growth phase, they are able to come back to the Gulf of Mexico exactly for the spawning period. And this is not common from the fish, but it is a very specific behavior for the bluefin tuna. Is it clear at this point?
Yes, it is. I have a question. Also, in Mediterranean Sea, they come back exactly in the right spot. Like we said that there are 3 main spots of spawning in Mediterranean Sea. So population that born in the Balearic Island will come back in Balearic Islands. Is it correct?
It's a very interesting question. What I can say about this, there are some studies, especially on the mixing areas, exactly in the Balearic Island, because you have fish that come through the Strait of Gibraltar and then divided, split in 2 main groups. The first one move along the coast of North Africa, and the second ones move into the Tyrrhenian Sea and the Balearic Island. And what I can say about this, there are some scientific studies, if we want to point out in the genetic point of view, and the results at the moment show that there are subpopulation which remains in the Mediterranean Sea, but there are the migration, the population which come to the Strait of Gibraltar from the Atlantic, of course, and there are evidences that some species which are born in some areas come back in the same spawning ground, but are not just how to say, this is not a scientific point of view, because you know, in order to have a complete idea, you need a very big data set of information, and moreover, you have to tag the fish to be able to recognize the fish which are which spawned in some areas and then come back. In my opinion, the ICCAT is trying to improve this knowledge. There are not enough data which allow us to say that fish come back in the same area. But of course, if we give a look to the genetic, the fish born in the Mediterranean at least come back in the Mediterranean Sea for the homing concept. Is it good, Julian?
Yes, perfect. It was clear.
Okay, guys. I think that this presentation move on the swordfish, but we are not. We will not focus our attention on it. But if you give me just few minutes, and we will see this again during this training session, I would like to remind you before I close those information. For those are wants to go on board the towing vessels and be involved in the fishing campaign, of course after the final test, but we will meet again. Please, if you have not, provide the Office of Atlantis and Oceanis with those documents, a copy of a valid ID card or valid travel passport, please, for those who have not done now. Okay, now. Before,
excuse me, is the ID card enough?
Yes, of course. So ID card or passport. Before the deployment on board the Maltese tug, we will do a briefing, but we will talk about this during this training session again. It's just to give you an idea now before I leave. a briefing meeting, because we will talk about the logbook and so on. It will be important for you. What is important to provide us before the deployment, not now, you have time, of course, a police conduct, category A, you know better than me probably this point, and a certification of good healthy to be deployed on board. I think it's very easy to your doctor probably to have this. You have to avoid some issue, no? For example, on those certificate, you have to report that you do not have motion sickness, ability to live in confined spaces, no drug, alcohol addiction. We have a document for this, but for your doctor, we need just the certificate that you are in a good, healthy condition. Just this. For those information, we have a form you'll sign before your deployment.
What about the police conduct? It has to be clean by force, the police conduct?
A clean police conduct certificate, category A, you know better than me, of course, but we have Mr. Spiteri with us, and maybe after the lunch break or tomorrow we can speak about this also in Maltese, because I think that he will better clarify this point to all your question. Okay?
Sorry?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk. I'm going to talk to someone else about this. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Don't worry. It is for me just to give you an idea, okay? Just to prepare you for some information. But we will follow you during these activities, okay?
Okay.
Okay, guys. From my side, that's all. If there are no more questions on this part, I think that it's pretty clear about the biology and the ethology of the bluefin. If you agree, I would like to have a break, a coffee break, 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 10:45 with the ICAT website, Mr. Silva. Okay, what do you think?
Okay, thanks.
Louis,
Thank you.
the doctor's information on the police conduct. Do I send them via email or do I send them?
Daniel, sorry, can you repeat, because I received an echo.
So, regarding the police conduct and the good health certificate from the doctor, do I send it via email, like photocopy, or do I send it by post?
You can take this document with you when we will do the briefing here in the office. Okay, don't worry about to send by email, but you can provide us with the documents here in the office and we make a copy, okay?
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Luigi.
You're welcome, everybody. Enjoy your training session.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, yes.
What our work is going to be exactly?
Okay, for the time about the days, usually we start more or less the half of May until the half of July, end of July. It depends from the duties of the towing. More or less, you have to consider 45 days average, because sometimes can be less or more. It depends from the activities.
So basically, what is going to be our work? What we are going to do exactly?
I know. I was arriving to this point. The job of the national observers, we will talk in the next days. I will show you what to do, and in particular on Wednesday you will focus your attention on the conventional video analysis, which is one important part for the observers. But don't worry, you will be followed by our experts, and you will see what you have to do on board the towing vessel. I will explain you how to fill the logbook, which are the information we need. It's quite easy to do that, but we will see together. You have just as an observer on board the towing vessel, you will have to report information about the activities you observe. For example, we will see what we means for transfer operation, we will means for what we means for the mortality rate in the cages, and how you use the illegal activities and so on. You have just to report what do you see on board, and we have specific logbook. You will be provided with one of them, and take the logbook with you on board and fill every day with this information. But I will show you day, and it's very easy. And if you need more information, you can come in our office here in Marseille Lock, and we will see together with our colleague. Okay?
I wish to tell you something about the police conduct. If it has to be clean, I have a big problem because my conduct is not clean.
Okay, we will talk at the office. Okay, OJ?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys. I think that we can stop for 15 minutes, enjoy your coffee or tea, and we will come back for the training session in 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, everybody.
Ora si registrerà la conferenza.
Okay, here we go. If you want, we may have another little break in 1 hour so that we conclude then the training session. If you need it, just ask on the chat box. We are here and we can have a little pause, okay? Have a good training, guys.
What time is our next break?
We could have a little pause of 5 minutes in 1 hour if you want it. But if you want to conclude as soon as we can, then we can go smoothly till the end of this part, okay?
Okay.
Okay, have a good training, guys. And please write down your questions in the chat box so that we can answer you later.
Good morning. I am Mr. Silva from Coffret Pêche Company. Coffret Pêche is a French company dedicated to the development of fisheries activities and aquaculture. Coffret Pêche exists since 1980, and we are here today because Coffret Pêche is implementing since 13 years now the Aero-P BFT program for ICAT. Aero-P BFT program is a regional observer program for bluefin tuna. So Coffret Pêche has gained great experience in the specific management of observer programs and, of course, on the specific fishery of bluefin tuna. We implement this program in a consortium with.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear you properly. I don't know what you're saying.
Since the very beginning of this program, this program has been implemented in 2000.
Sorry, can you make louder because I cannot understand what you're saying, please?
Your connection is bad. We cannot hear nothing.
Yes, the connection is bad. I can't hear anything either.
Okay, guys, I believe there's some problem. You can't hear the video registration?
No.
No.
Okay, so just give us some minutes so that we can fix this problem, okay?
Okay.
Okay, we're going to start in just a few minutes so that we can fix this problem, okay? We'll be right back.
All right, thank you.
Okay, guys, we are going to restart the video lesson. I hope that the problem is fixed now.
Good morning. I am Mr. Silva from Cofrepêche company. Cofrepêche is a French company dedicated to the development of fisheries activities and aquaculture. Cofrepêche exists since 1980, and we are here today because Cofrepêche is implementing since 13 years now the AeroP BFT program for ICAT. AeroP BFT program is a regional observer program for bluefin tuna. So Cofrepêche has gained great experience in the specific management of observer programs and of course on the specific fishery of bluefin tuna. We implement this program in a consortium with an English company named MRAG, M-R-A-G. Since the very beginning of this program has been implemented in 2010. And since then, we manage this specific observer program. So the aim today is to first know better who is effectively ICAT, and secondly, of course, to look at the specific recommendation from ICAT managing the bluefin tuna fishery. So we will begin first by ICAT. So the best way to see who is ICAT specifically, and so mainly how it is functioning, is to go on their website. ICAT, of course, has a beautiful website, very well done, and with a lot of information. So the website of ICAT is www.icat.int. So you will see on the screen now the website of ICAT. So it's useful to go regularly on this ICAT specific website because it's first full of information and is very well maintained. So the information enclosed is updated regularly. And if you have any doubt about an information, it's always useful to revert to this specific website. So who is effectively ICAT? So ICAT, International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tuna, ICAT, is not a body, is not a person, is not a company. In fact, ICAT is, as it's mentioned, is the name, is a commission, an international commission, and it's functioning just as the United Nations. It means that ICAT is an organization with member states interested in the activities, of course, of ICAT, and those member states meet once a year to take the major decisions that are then applied in the ICAT convention area. And is functioning effectively like the United Nations. And under also the rules of FAO. Rules of FAO applies directly to ICAT. So ICAT in itself is this commission, and it's very important to know that this commission is meeting only once a year. So once a year, during 10 days, there is a specific meeting of the commission with all the member states at this meeting at this convention. And during these 10 days, all the decisions are discussed and voted. The decision of ICAT are voted during this specific meeting. And then what is voted by the specific commissions applies for during all year until the next commission is meeting. So that's why ICAT, because a lot of people are speaking, ICAT has done so, ICAT has this need so, what's on. But ICAT is not really a body. It's that is very important to understand. And it's really an international organization. And there is ways to communicate with ICAT, of course, but not directly. So that is the first very important point. So once a year, and the place of meeting is changed every year. And this convention of the meeting of the commission are hosted by one of the member states. Of course, during this pandemic in 2020, there was no meeting of the commission, but some decision has been taken anyway. But in normal, to brackets years, so the commission is meeting once a year in a specific place. So to work every year, the commission has set up a secretariat. So there is, and this is the only physical body of the ICAT, is that ICAT has a permanent secretariat. This secretariat is based in Madrid, in Spain, but it's an executive secretariat. So the secretariat, the aim of the secretariat is just to follow the implementation of the decision taken by ICAT, but this secretariat cannot take any decision. So we'll now we'll discover what is the the aims and the goals of ICAT. So the first important thing is that ICAT is a regional fishery organization. So we will go on, we will see you have all the items on the bottom of the page of the site. So we'll go on the item about us and to the convention area. Here in blue, you have effectively the conventional area of ICAT. So ICAT mainly is covering the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Black Sea. ICAT, first, also other important point, has 3 official languages. And these 3 official languages are English, French, and Spanish. That's why ICAT is the English acronym, but you have also the French acronym, SICTA, and the Spanish acronym, SICA. You will see it afterwards on the side that all of the information that is goes through ICAT is immediately translated in the 3 languages. Even the site, you have it, and you can change it as you want in English, French, or Spanish. Here it is. So here we are in the English version, but you can at any moment go to French or Spanish. So 3 official languages. So the conventional area we have seen for us in Atlantic and Mediterranean. And of course, ICAT in its name is the name of ICAT. We see that we are talking only about tuna, but since ICAT has been created, ICAT in fact is concerned by all the species that are into this specific area covered by ICAT. So it means that effectively tuna is one of the main, tuna in general, bluefin tuna or tropical tuna are main concerns of ICAT since the beginning. But since ICAT is also managing and considering all the other commercial species and all the sensitive species. She may work also, for example, on sharks, on turtles, you have the list of all the species covered by ICAT on the website. Our concern today is effectively mainly bluefin tuna. But you will see in all the recommendations that are adopted by ICAT that other species are concerned about by the ICAT works. So ICAT, an international body with a regional scope. So you know that in the fisheries field, you have other regional organizations. You have one in the, for example, in the Indian Ocean. You have one also in the Pacific. And for us, of course, we have ICAT. Why? Because as you have seen, Europe is inside this conventional area of ICAT for Atlantic and for Mediterranean, mainly, of course. So now we will see what are the member states of ICAT. So it's the last time in my presentation that I will say member states. Member states is because it's more common to understand, but in fact, inside ICAT, a member state is called a CPC. A CPC mainly is a contracting party. So we'll go to the contracting party item on the website. Why contracting party? Because when a state is entering and became a member state of ICAT, is properly signing, excuse me, a contract. So it is a specific relationship between ICCAT and the member states adhering to ICCAT, because all the decisions of ICCAT are due to be definitively implemented by the member states, by the CPC, once it has been adopted by ICCAT. It's no more rule, it's quite a law. Once the recommendation, because the recommendation we'll see it afterwards, is adopted by definitively by ICCAT. So CPC, what is important is the C and the P, contracting party. So the contracting party, once more, is the member states inside ICCAT. Alors, why CPC? Because you have two different status in ICCAT membership. You have effectively the contracting parties. So contracting parties as fully member of ICCAT organization. And you have also cooperating parties, meaning that you have some states that cooperates with ICCAT, follows their discussion, but cannot vote to a decision. And so they are called cooperating parties because they follow the discussions of ICCAT, and they may adopt its intermediate state before becoming definitively a contracting party. So that's why it is called CPC. So throughout the presentation now, we no more talk about member states, but about CPC. So here you have the list with the flags of all CPCs of ICCAT. So they are throughout America, throughout Africa, throughout Europe. One important thing, and we will close here. You see now here in the up of this list of flag, you see the European flag. And we must stop here 2 minutes because this is very important. The CPC for ICCAT is the European Commission. The European Commission is the CPC for all European member states. It means that France, Spain, Portugal, Croatia, Italy are not CPCs of ICCAT. It's the European Commission that is the CPC into ICCAT. So European Commission is attending the annual commission, is discussing on behalf of its member states all the decision and participate to the decision making. And then once it has discussed and rules have been adopted inside ICCAT, the EU Commission is issuing a directive, an European directive, that all the member states of Europe have to follow. Though there is no direct link between the EU states and ICCAT, the link is through the European Commission. So for us, European, effectively, we have this specific rule that effectively all is managed by EU. Why? Because you may know that in the EU organization, the main two sectors that are really totally integrated into EU regulations are fisheries and aquaculture. And maybe more fisheries than aquaculture. Maybe fisheries is the most integrated field inside Europe. So that's why here Europe is the CPC or the member state, not only for ICCAT, also in the other regional fisheries organization. Europe is the attending party. So that is for us in European very important to understand, because we have this this specific link with ICCAT. So you have maybe noticed that in the list of flag, you have effectively before England and France. So England is no more member of EU. France, yes. So here we have these two flags, France, for example. Why? Because France, just like England, has overseas territories that have a specific status. And these overseas territories, for France, for example, it's only one overseas territory, that is Saint-Pierre-et-Miquelon. That's a very little island isolated inside Canada. But this island has a specific status, and this island had historically quotas of species interested by ICCAT. And that is why Saint-Pierre-et-Miquelon is a CPC, effectively, a CPC of ICCAT, but it's not really France. All what concerns fisheries of France as a country are under and are managed under the European Commission. And that's what that was the same for England. What we don't know yet is what will be the position of England tomorrow, because England can no more be represented by EU, and if England will become a CPC of ICCAT or not. But what is important to know and to keep in mind is that it's the EU that is the CPC for Europe member states. Here you have the evolution of the number of CPCs throughout since the creation of ICCAT. So today we have 52 contracting CPC, contracting parties, member of ICCAT. So mainly, effectively, countries that has an interest in the fishery or especially conservation in the conventional area of ICCAT. And once more, you have the list of it just at this graph. Okay, so that has the CPCs of the contracting parties. So those contracting parties are meeting once a year in a specific convention to adopt, to discuss first, and then at the end to adopt the rules that are implemented afterwards by them during the year. So if we go also to About Us, we will see now what is the how is functioning the Commission. So you have the Commission structure. So here you have, and it's interesting, a picture of what is this annual convention Commission meeting, and it's always organized as you see on the picture. It's not at all, but yeah, the picture is not complete, but you will see that is important is the first row of tables of this meeting. And in fact, it's a U, because you have not the totality of the picture here, but on this first row of table, each CPC has its representative that is allowed to discuss during the meeting, and mainly that is voting the decisions. Behind this first row, you have other rows, but they are all observers or members of each CPC delegation, but they are not participating to the discussions or to the final vote. And effectively, all the decisions taken by ICCAT have a specific name. The name is a recommendation. ICCAT is adopting recommendations. We will see just after what are the recommendations adopted every year by ICCAT. But we must not be troubled by this name, because a recommendation, you may feel that it's only a recommendation. I recommend you to do something, but you are not obliged to do so logically. But here, no, the recommendation, it's an obligation. Once the recommendation is adopted by the Commission, it became directly a rule that each contracting party has to follow. Because as a contracting party, CPC has signed a contract with ICAT, and in this contract it said that you, as a contracting party, has to follow all decisions made by ICAT. In the major, and in all the CPCs, in fact, once the recommendation has been adopted, the CPC must translate it in its own law and to provide a specific law integrating the items of all the recommendations that have been adopted by ICAT. For EU, once the recommendation has been adopted, it became automatically a EU directive. And as an EU directive, each member state of Europe has to follow this EU directive. So there is first for the Commission, for ICAT, of course, a structure. You have first a chair that is say elected or designed by designated, excuse me, by the Commission. Here you see that the chair is a person from Panama, is Mr. Delgado. And you have a first and a second vice chair. So one is from you, Mr. De Piper, and one is from Morocco. It's a lady. It's Mrs. Zakia Driwish. So they are, of course, animating the Commission when it's and during the year, of course, they follow the works of the different subcommission of ICAT. In the organization of ICAT, you see just here the list of it. You have different committee or panels. These committee or panels are due to work all year long to follow effectively the implementation of the recommendations of ICAT. One of a very important body of this structure is the SCRS. SCRS is Standing Committee on Research and Statistics. The SCRS, it's a specific body, effectively, with its own budget, so it's autonomous financially, and it's working beside of ICAT. And in fact, it's the scientific counselor of ICAT. Every yearly commission of ICAT is beginning by the presentation of the report of this SCRS, this Standing Committee on Research and Statistics. And this SCRS is dealing, of course, with all the scientific data about all the species concerned by ICAT organization, and effectively they maintain all the statistics of all the gathering it from all the CPCs from ICAT. So it's SCRS has a very important role, because every year they have to give the status of the different stocks of fish or commercial fish that are of the concern of ICAT. And they make effectively, as every or any scientific body, advice on first what is the status of the stock, and an advice also on what measures may be taken. The main one, effectively, we are concerned for the bluefin tuna is the level of the specific quota that can be fished every year. So the advice of SCRS is very important. Then beside SCRS, you have also different working groups or panels. So these are more technical panels or working group that have specific aims. For example, for the panels, you have the list of those panels on the right side of the screen. So you have 4 panels, and those panels are divided by species. So on the contrary, the working group work more on the general technical aspects of ICCAT. So first, the panels. So you have here the list. Panel 1 is for tropical tunas, yellowfin, big-eye, and skyjack. And for each panel, you have each time a share that is designated every year. So for panel 1, the share is the CPC Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. Panel 2, you have northern temperate tunas, albacore and Atlantic bluefin. The share is Japan. Panel 3, southern temperate tunas, albacore and southern bluefin. Here the share is South Africa. And panel 4, other species, swordfish, big fishes, small tunas. And the share is here is Brazil. So those panels may meet several times during the year. They work effectively on this specific species, and they discuss on the way effectively the recommendation is implemented, and each panel is presenting effectively during the annual commission meeting the results of their works, and they may also make recommendations, of course, about or propose amendments to the recommendation, if necessary, if they feel that during the year some aspect of the specific recommendation has to be changed towards what they have considered in the implementation of this specific recommendation. So the role of the panels is quite important in the decision making also of ICCAT. Then you have the different working groups. So if you have the list, you have, first it's not a working group, it's a committee, but it's quite the same. The Compensation and Management Measures Compliance Committee, a permanent working group for the improvement of ICCAT statistic and conservation measures, a standing working group on dialogue between fisheries scientists and managers. And you have also the Secretariat. So the Secretariat, once more, is a specific organization. It's a physical organization based in Madrid, in Spain. You have, but it's an executive secretariat that is important to recall again. In the secretariat, you have, see afterwards it's a structure, but you have an executive secretary. So the executive secretary is nominated by the annual commission. Logically, is nominated for 3 years. Here today, the executive secretary is Mr. Camille Jean-Pierre Manel. He's from Senegal, and is based in Madrid. The role of the Secretariat is to organize all of the activities of ICCAT and to follow effectively also the implementation of the various recommendations of ICCAT. And of course, one of the main tasks of the Secretariat is to every year organize the yearly commission of ICCAT. So this is the structure of ICCAT and of the commission, because we are always talking of the commission, and these working groups, the SCRS, the Secretariat, are coming in support of then the work of the Commission of ICCAT during the specific 10 days of their meeting, their annual meeting. So we have a look also on the Secretariat. We may see its organigram. Here is the organigram of the Executive Secretariat, once more based in Madrid in Spain. So at the head of the Secretariat, you have the Executive Secretary that has to organize effectively all, coordinate all the works of this Executive Secretariat. And you have is supported by an Assistant Executive Secretary. You see immediately that beside the activities of the Secretariat, you have the SCRS organization and coordination. SCRS is hosted inside offices of the Secretariat in Madrid, and there are, as you may see, effectively a relationship between the Executive Secretariat and the works of SCRS, of course. But SCRS is logically autonomous. That's why he's put aside the organigram of the Executive Secretariat. Then under the task of the Secretariat, you have four main direct activities. So first, you have a department of research and statistics. You have a department on compliance. You have a department on translation and publications, and a department on administrative and finance. So begin by the end, effectively the Secretariat and some of the activities of ICCAT have to be financed. So they are financed by the budget coming from the ICCAT Commission, and this budget is, of course, coming from the various CPCs that have to give money to ICCAT to make it function. So this is an important department, as always, because the Executive Secretariat has to maintain effectively an administrative organization and also manage the finance, like the financial aspect for the running costs of the Secretariat and all other costs of implementation of some ICCAT measures. You have also a huge translation and publication department because we have three official languages, and all once and immediately once a document is issued by ICCAT or publication is made by ICCAT, it's immediately translated in the three languages. So that's why you have an important pool of translators in ICCAT to me, and you have the sub-department of English, French, and Spanish, and of course ICCAT, and it's on the website. You have all the publications, the list of all publications made during the year by ICCAT, and it's under this specific department. You have the department of compliance. So this department especially is following the implementation of the ICCAT recommendation. Is not deciding. Once more, the Executive Secretariat is not. It's not allowed. It has not the juridical basis to decide anything. It's only executing and following effectively the implementation of the ICCAT recommendation. That's why you have this compliance department. And then you have a department on research and statistics that is effectively working in coordination with the SCRS, and that is mainly maintaining all the statistics regarding all the fisheries activities concerned by ICCAT. So this is the Executive Secretariat in Madrid, and effectively the Secretariat is in relationship all year long with all the CPCs, all the working groups, all the panels, and also SCRS, because he's coordinating all specific works and activities under ICAT. So this is it. We have made all a clear view now of the way ICAT is functioning, the way ICAT is taking decisions, and how the activities of ICAT are organized during the year. We will move now to a very important aspect, is the decisions made by ICAT every year during this annual commission. So, as we have already said, the decisions of ICAT are called recommendation. You have here on MCS, the item MCS, the last item is active recommendations, resolution, and other decisions of ICAT. So we'll have a look at that. So here you have effectively, under this item, the exhaustive list of all active, because some of the recommendations after a certain time are no more active. So all the recommendations that are still active under ICAT. So you have here a way to search for specific recommendation. It's or by year or by a keyword, if they are active or not, by group or by type also. What we will do here is to look for a specific year in our search. So we will come back maybe to the year 2019, it is more representative, and look at all the recommendations that were adopted in this specific year 2019. So here we are. A recommendation is identified by a specific number. This number is composed of the year in which it has been adopted, and secondly, a number that is sequential is at what rank it has been adopted. So the first recommendation adopted in 2019 will have the number 1901. And then on until you have reached the last recommendation that has been adopted in the specific year. So we'll see for 2019 that there has been 17. If I wrong, yes, 17 recommendations adopted by ICAT during the annual commission. You will see immediately that all recommendations, of course, are translated into 3 languages, so you can have immediately it in the language you choose, so English, French, or Spanish. We must say also that even if there are the 3 languages, must know that the first language in which most of the recommendations are drafted is English. So the first draft of the recommendation is always in English. Then it is translated in French and Spanish. But even if those translations are very well made and really reliable, if you have, let's say, a doubt on a word, on a sentence, you have to go back to the one in English. That's more specific. So you will see also, you see here, what I was saying at the beginning is that you have 17 recommendations, and those recommendations are about different topics, different species, not only, of course, bluefin tuna. So you will have the occasion, if interested, to read all those recommendations or the one that of your interest according to a specific item. what is important for us is that we will focus then to this ICAT presentation on one specific recommendation, that is the 1904. So the 1904, why? Because as you see here, the 1904 is a recommendation by ICAT amending the recommendation 1802, establishing, that is important, a multi-annual management plan for bluefin tuna in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean. So this is the specific recommendation regarding bluefin tuna. And then we will do a focus on this specific recommendation. So 19, because it has been adopted in 2019, and 04 because it was the fourth recommendation adopted during the specific commission. Of course, and it is in the title, and we'll come back to it also afterwards, but each time, because ICAT may adopt new recommendations or amend previous recommendation. And it is the case here for bluefin tuna, and it said in the title, this 1904 is amending the recommendation 1802, because before the 1904, you had another recommendation, the 1802 for the bluefin tuna. So they start on the basis of the active and existing recommendation, and then it is amended during the annual commission. But every year, the specific recommendation is not specifically or automatically amended. If there is no change scheduled in a specific recommendation, it may remain valid until it is amended on the next year. But it happened that, for example, for bluefin tuna, for several years, we have worked under the same recommendation, not amended one. For example, for this year, 2021, we will continue to work on the 1904 because there has not been any major change on the recommendation adopted in 2019. So if you are interested in other recommendations, not only the bluefin tuna, you will find here all the recommendation, active recommendation adopted by ICAT, and that have to be currently implemented. So regarding bluefin tuna, the main one is the 1904, but you have also other recommendations that are that concern bluefin tuna. You have a specific one, for example, on the BCD that we will see during the presentation, bluefin catch document. You have also a specific recommendation on the safety of observers. That is 1910 that we will see rapidly also during our next presentation. But let's say that the main one is the 1904. So if you have to be implemented at whatever is the level of your implementation in the bluefin tuna fisheries activity, you have to know and understand the recommendation 1904. All is linked with this recommendation. So every technical aspect of this recommendation has to be known and understood before implementing any fishery activity in the bluefin tuna. That's why it is a very important document, and effectively this recommendation is, as I have said now, a European directive and has to be implemented also by all member states of the EU. So we are all concerned by this specific recommendation. So this is it for the recommendations, but it is a very important item of the ICAT website, and you have to revert to this every time you have a doubt. So you have also in this MCS item other important informations that are listed here. We will see it when we see the recommendation because it's compliance and an obligation for each CPC to maintain specific records. These records are maintained under the ICAT website. So you will see now, for example, what are the main ICAT records. So it's the first item. Here you have the list of these specific records. In fact, these records are about all the means that are entering directly or indirectly in the organization of the bluefin tuna fishery activity or farming activity. So you have maintained through under the ICAT website a record of all the vessels involved in the bluefin tuna fishery activity. Of course, a record of all bluefin tuna farming facilities, a record of all bluefin tuna traps, a record of the ports. We will see the recommendation that to land dead bluefin tuna, you must go on only in specific ports designated by each CPC. So the record of these ports is represented here. And a record of joint fishing operations, GFO. We will see also this specific item when we see through the recommendation 1904. If we see the first one, the records of vessels, this is, we can open it, and this is an important tool throughout the year. Because if during your activity you see a specific boat operating in the bluefin tuna fishery, it must be this boat recorded here. So at any time you may check here that the boat you have crossed or encountered or see is effectively duly recorded here. So this record, we see it with the recommendation, is an information coming from each CPC. It's not ICAT directly that is inquiring about the list of vessels of each CPC. Is the CPC that is committed to give officially to the ICAT Secretariat the list of its active vessels that are operating in not only the bluefin tuna, but mainly the bluefin tuna. This record is updated every year. Every year, before a certain date in time, the CPC has to communicate to ICAT Secretariat the definitive, complete, and official list of all of its boats authorized to work on the bluefin tuna activity. Here, a specific point, important point, mainly for the catching vessel for bluefin tuna. We will recall it again when we see the recommendation, but it's not because a boat or vessel is recorded in this specific record that it is definitively authorized to go and fish bluefin tuna. Here, it's the record of all the boats that have a specific license with the CPC that are duly registered by the CPC, but it does not mean that those boats have a specific quota to go and fish bluefin tuna. The quotas we will see of the bluefin tuna is given every year by the CPC, but it may change from a year to another. Specific year a boat may have a quota, the year after it may not have a quota, but is still registered by the CPC. So that's why for specifically purseaners or maybe some liners too, or towing vessels, you have an extended list here. but this does not mean that all that you have in the list on this record here will be at the end definitively authorized to go at sea during the year, implementing activities in the bluefin tuna fishery. So here, effectively, to search for a specific group or specific vessel, you have effectively different items. You have effectively the type of vessel. You may have the flag of the vessel. You can also search by name of the vessel if you know it and go directly to the specific vessel. And specific information for this specific research on the record by name, RICS, National Registration Number, ICAT serial number. Here it's important, ICAT serial number. You will see during the recommendation, every single mean that is entering into bluefin tuna activity has to be recorded to ICAT. And as it is recorded to ICAT, once it is recorded, it is given to this mean a specific ICAT serial number. So everything and every mean entering into this fishery activity has a specific ICAT number. A mean, and specifically a vessel that has not got an ICAT serial number, cannot enter into the bluefin tuna fishery activity. This is specifically important, and we'll see it also when we see the recommendation. But everything is identified with an ICAT serial number. So, for example, if we do the research, so when you see all the vessels on the first item, record of vessel, you have effectively different types of vessels, and not only the ones dedicated to the bluefin tuna, as you may see here. So BFT is bluefin tuna, but you have also trop vessels. SWO, vessel SWO is for swordfish, ALB is for albacore. So you have an extended list of vessels. What are of our interest, of course, is bluefin tuna. For example, we will see bluefin tuna catching vessels we see, for example, for Malta. So on the flag, you put Malta. So here you have all the flags of all so here it's interesting, for example, just to stop on this specific. So you see that for EU, you have a sub record for each member state, but it's EU, that is the CPC, that's called EU, but then you have Malta, France, Italy, Denmark, and so on, Germany. So here we will see EU Malta, which bluefin catching vessels have been recorded by EU CPC for Malta in this record. Some difficulty here. Why? Maybe we'll see Italy instead. Here it is. So we see that for Italy through the EU Commission, once more, has recorded to ICAT 38 bluefin tuna catching vessels. So here you have the list of it. This list of record every time, it's very important, I repeat it, is beginning by the ICAT registration number. So you see this ICAT registration number on the first column. So it is recorded on the serial number, of course, the CPCs, or here it's EU. Here we are in Italy, so it's EU ITA. And then you have a sequential number that is given by the ICAT Secretariat. So you have the flag, so here it's EU ITA. We have the vessel name. So the first line is Alfiere. And you have then the technical information about this specific boat. What is important is at which kind of fishery is dedicated the boat. So you have in the green columns with the cross the specific species that this boat is dedicated to. So here, this is the Alfiere, first Italian boat recorded here. He may fish on two species. Is licensed to fish for swordfish, but also for bluefin tuna. It seems it's a longliner because the person is only dedicated to bluefin tuna, but here a longliner may fish part-time unauthorized, that is by its CPC, on different species, and it's effectively for swordfish and bluefin tuna. If you effectively open the line of the boat, and here it is, you have all the specifications and specific information about this specific vessel. So we are in the middle, that we see effectively that it is for bluefin tuna and swordfish. And it's record the authorization period that the CPC has given to this boat to fish this specific species. For example, for bluefin tuna here is authorized from the 12th January to the 31st of December. We will see, seeing the recommendation that we have specific dates and opening fishing season for bluefin tuna. And effectively, this authorization from the CPC must be in conformity, of course, with the authorized period that is dictated by the recommendation. So this boat is from Marsala in Sicily. You have the name of the boat owner, his address, and what is the type of the boat, the type of the activity, of course, if it's catching is commercial. And you have historical data details of this vessel. So this is effectively the record of vessels. So here, once more, what is important? Here we see that for Italy, you have 38 duly authorized by EU CPC and by Italy vessels to go and fish. But for bluefin tuna, it is not that for a specific year, all the 38 boats will go and fish a bluefin tuna, because to go and fish bluefin tuna, we'll see it and it's clear under the recommendation. You must have a quota. And this quota is given by the CPC, but the CPC is not obliged to give quota to all of its authorized boats, because from a year to another, the name of the boats that have quota may change. But historically, they are still active in the list. They are physically existing first, and they may be licensed by the CPC, but it does not mean that, because the story, and we see it at the beginning of the recommendation, is that effectively we had historically huge fleets, mainly of purseaners, 10 or 15 years ago, fishing bluefin tuna, and this fleet has been drastically reduced. But doesn't mean that in this reduction, all the boats have disappeared. Some boat owners are keeping these boats, hoping to have a specific quota during a year to go and fish. That's why the list is greater, mainly for purseaners. Once more, it may be greater than the number of personnel going effectively fishing bluefin tuna for a specific year. But we'll see it when we see the recommendation. So this is for the vessels. So you will be at the occasion, I hope, to go fully to check and to see in this record of vessels if the vessel you cross or you meet are effectively duly recorded, because it's compulsory, and have an ICAT registration number are on this record of vessels, so they can be effectively at sea during the bluefin tuna fishery activities. You may know, of course, that for bluefin tuna we have a specific fishery. We call it this is a recommendation, but you know that the bluefin tuna is kept alive, and then put into growing facilities, farms throughout the Mediterranean. And so, as for the vessels, you have effectively here the record of the BFT farming facilities. So we'll have rapidly a look at it also. So just as for the vessels, the record of these farming facilities may be more important than the effective acting farms. Historically, some CPCs had farming facilities that they have closed, but they may remain on this record because someday they may open again. That's the case, for example, for Italy, that historically had several farming facilities that are closed today, but that Italy may, there is a similar scope to open some of them again. So we'll see the record rapidly. So as for the vessels, you may search for these BFT farming facilities by country, by a registration number, operator, owner, because the owner may be different of the operator. So here we are looking, we try to look to Malta, to EU Malta, the record of EU Malta farming facilities. Here it is. So here you have the list. So Malta has recorded 8 farming facilities that are listed here. Always, the first item of this list is the ICAT number. The farm has, the vessel has, or the trap has an official ICAT registration number. And then you have effectively the name of this facility, the owner, the address of the owner, the operator name, that may be different, of course, of the owner, the operator address, the location, it's more important, where is this farming facility inside on the territory of the CPC, and really important for a farm, it's farming capacity. We'll see also when we see the recommendation that it's not, but it's linked with the quota that can be fish or bluefin tuna, but each farm has a specific and maximum capacity of farming, meaning of number and weight of tunas that this farming facility can accept during specific year. So this data may be updated, of course, with a specific authorization of ICAT Secretariat throughout a request of its CPC to effectively increase this farming capacity if the quota, of course, of bluefin tuna fishing is increased also. But this is a very sensitive item, the farming capacity of each farm. In fact, this capacity is given first to the CPC. The ICAT gives overall farming capacity to the CPC, and then the CPC is dividing this farming capacity throughout all its farms. But we will talk again of this specific aspect. But it's an important information, and you see that this capacity is different from a farm to another. Of course, all the farms are not the same capacity of farming. So we may recall it, so we have here a situation for Malta. Malta, of course, is the main farming state. I will not say CPC because Malta is not a CPC, it's EU, but inside the EU member state, but inside also ICAT CPC, let's say that Malta has the major farming capacity of all the CPCs throughout all the CPCs of ICAT. So this is for the farms. And then you have also last important record. They are all important, but in the means of production is the traps. So we will see also what is a trap when we present the recommendation. The trap is a fishing tool. It's not the trap, of course, it's not a farm. Not be confused by that. The trap is at the same level of a purseiner of longliner. It's a mean to catch bluefin tuna. So you have also here the record of the traps declared by all CPCs. So you do not have traps on in all CPCs. For example, Malta has no trap, but Italy has, Portugal has, Morocco has, Spain has, but Malta no, Croatia no, Algeria no. So it's limited to some CPCs. So for example, if you go to see EU Italy, you have here effectively the list. So 6 traps are listed on the record of traps authorized at the beginning by EU Italy CPC to operate. But you see here that you have 6 traps on the list. But last year, in 2020, only 2 traps have effectively operated. It's the 2 ones of Sardinia. The other ones have not operated. Only those 2 have received quota from EU Italy to operate. So it was one of Capo Altano and one of Isola Piana in Sardinia. But Italy may decide one day to operate 6 traps. That's why they are still recorded and maintained in the record by Italy. But because at a certain stage they add an authorization to operate, and Italy may reactivate this authorization and give quota, because it's still the same question. An important question is to operate, you must have a quota, even if you are effectively a trap, because a trap is a catch mean for bluefin tuna. This is it for traps, but we will come back on the traps looking at the recommendations. And last important item, the GFO, I will let it apart because we will have a specific look when we look at the recommendation, but it's the record of ports. It's ports, once more, is for the landing of dead bluefin tuna. And to land dead bluefin tuna, this landing is also to be made in authorized ports, and these authorized ports are designated by each CPC. So, for example, if we look again for Malta, and of course, this record or list may change every year according to the decision of each CPC. So here you have the officials Maltese port that can receive dead bluefin tuna, and these ports are designated by the CPC and are recorded under by the Executive Secretariat of ICAT under the website. And so all the ports also, as you may see, has an ICAT identification number. And so for Malta, you have 10 ports authorized to receive. Why do each CPC has to designate these ports? Because in these ports you have a specific inspection, means organized by the CPC and to survey all those specific landings. But we'll see it when we see the recommendation. So here it is for the records, but this is an important information and tool that is at your disposal inside the ICAT website to monitor and control part of the activities of the bluefin tuna fishery. So this is it for the records. You have also a record of IUU vessels, so that is quite new since 3 or 4 years that it has been implemented. So ICAT has made agreements with other regional fisheries bodies like IOTC, for example. But you are here at the list of all regional fisheries bodies that are cooperating in this IUU vessel list. So here you may have access to all the vessels that have been at a certain moment declared IUU by one of these bodies. So if you encounter one of these vessels, this vessel has been banned from any fishery activity. So if you encounter one of these vessels, you must declare it to your authorities because it's no more authorized to fish, because at a certain moment it has made an irregularity. So this list is quite important, too. And then on the MCS, we can come back to MCS item. Now MCS is the top. We have finished with IUU vessel list. So you see on the blue line of the ICAT website that we have seen about us. We have seen MCS with the recommendations and the records. You have also, of course, the statistics that is maintained by the ICAT Secretariat. So you may have access to ICAT statistic database, the coding system, the stock sampling area, the conversion factors. Conversion factors, we'll see there is one by main species and mainly for all the different tuna species. And you know that in some species activities, when you receive a body of a fish, he may first have some been processed and have the head off or some part of the body off first, and also you have conversion factors for the growth, because for the bluefin tuna, for example, you know that the fish is fattened into the farm facilities. So from the time he's entering and the time he's killed to be sold, his weight will change. So to consider all those factors and to have the same evaluation of what is effectively the right weight of the fish, you have those conversion factors that are used by the industry to make their declarations and that are used for the inspection systems to carry out their inspections. So it's important data that are under the responsibility of SCRS and that are published here. You have also all the scientific activity. One of the main, of course, is the stock assessment of each species, as we have seen. So you have here on the science a presentation of all the results or activities carried out under this science item. One of the important activity under this science, all these scientific items is the tagging one. I've seen there's a specific activity the tagging, and tagging for tuna and of course for bluefin tuna is really maybe the most important scientific activity that's carried out by SCRS and the Executive Secretariat, because it's one of the very useful means to understand how is the species itself is evolving and to make effectively the stock assessment. So this is a huge program. I'm going to say huge. It's also because financially they are very important programs that are carried out every year to tag effectively those specific species and to gather effectively the results and have a specific analysis on the way these species are evolving. So it's really important programs. You have all the publications, of course, issued by ICCAT during the year that are accessible here. Then you have effectively all the meetings that are implemented by ICCAT during the year. So I see the current ones. We have also the list of the past meetings, but also the current ones. You have the list of the meetings that are implemented now. You see all the panels. For example, yesterday has ended the intersessional meeting of panel 2. Panel 2 is for bluefin tuna, so it's one of our regards. So effectively, since last year, all those meetings are done remotely. But you see that you have several meetings on different topics during the year, and a lot of meetings. And the scope of all these meetings is to make a specific point, a specific moment, and to have several during the year, and then to present the results of the works throughout these meetings and the works of these panels or working group to the annual commission. So you have here all the meetings, but you see that you can see, if you want, only the meeting of SCRS or the other workshops that are done during the year. The main meeting being effectively the annual meeting of the Commission. This meeting of the Commission is always held in November, around mid-November for 10 days. Last year, due to the pandemic, there was no meeting of the Commission. We will see this year there will be a meeting organized by November. So effectively, you see here the last, it's a blue line. The last meeting was scheduled between the 15th and the 22nd November, and it was the 27th regular meeting of the Commission. So we will wait to know if there will be one in 2021. Hoping there will be one. So this is for the meetings and that ends the presentation of the ICAT website. But once more, this website is very useful, regularly updated, and it's a way to have accurate information, but also a way to a tool during your activity in fields regarding ICAT, because mainly for example, for the list of recommendations for the record of means, you may have access at it and it may be useful for you. So it's important to go time to time to look at this website and to see what are the major informations. So that's it for the presentation of ICAT.
Okay, guys, I believe that we can just pause our training session right now. Of course, if you have some doubts about this part on the website, if you have some curiosities, we can basically discuss them at the end of our lunch break. So the lunch break is going to last 1 hour. So we will start again at 20 minutes after 1 p.m. Is that okay for you all?
It's okay for me.
Okay, great. So have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
And then we will come back in 1 hour.
Thank you.
For all the questions, we wait till the end of the lunchtime.
Yes, absolutely. We are going to start with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ora si registrerà la conferenza.
The provisions of ICAT recommendation 2108, which is the new ICAT recommendation, which is going to get in force since June of this year. So we're going to follow that recommendation. So I believe someone had questions on the ICAT website. If you want to ask, we could share the screen with the ICAT website and answer to those questions with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva. Otherwise, we are going to start with the ICAT recommendation. Okay, I believe there's no question about the ICAT website. So, good afternoon, Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva.
Good afternoon to you all. I am Jean-Pierre Silva, the managing director of a French company called Coffret-Pêche. Coffret-Pêche, in association with MRAG, it's an English company, is implementing the AeroPBFT program directly for ICAT since 2010. And so we are deploying the ROPS every year on the perceivers and finds and traps since 2010. So the aim today was first to know exactly who is ICAT and how is functioning ICAT, and mainly how the process, the decision process making inside ICAT is done. So you have seen it this morning. So now you know, I suppose, everything about ICAT. And the objective this afternoon is to review and partly tomorrow morning also the ICAT recommendation regarding the activities about bluefin tuna fishing in the Mediterranean. So as you will be tomorrow CPC observers, and for all observers, ROPS or CPC observers, you have to know and to understand this specific recommendation. This recommendation is the main rules that are applied to the fishing activities of bluefin tuna, and of course everyone entering into these activities, competent authorities, inspectors, observers, but mainly operators, of course, operators of purseaners, tugs, or farms or traps, are due to know and to follow the specific rules that are inside this recommendation. You know now what is a recommendation under ICCAT, the way this recommendation has been voted and adopted through ICCAT, the way that is a recommendation, in fact, is compulsory to follow to every CPC that is member of ICCAT. And of course, Malta, Italy are not CPCs of the ICCAT, but EU is CPC of the ICCAT. And then as member states of the EU, they have to follow this specific recommendation. So effectively, as Ornella has mentioned, it's a new recommendation. It has been adopted, so as the number are indicating, in 2021, in the last meeting of the ICCAT in November 2021, and it's 08 because it's the 8th recommendation adopted this year by ICCAT, the General Commission of ICCAT. So before this 2108 recommendation, we had the 1904. In fact, nothing had changed from the year 19 to the year 21 in this specific recommendation. But effectively, why? Because mainly we had the COVID pandemic, and in 2020, the Commission has not met, and so has taken no decision. Effectively, this 2108 recommendation has changed some aspects of the former recommendation 1904, mainly in the presentation of things, but has added some new specific rules we will see. In the spirit, nothing revolutionary or fundamental, but new specifications and on the margin, new rules to follow. But in the spirit, what is more important of it, nothing has changed. Regarding the recommendation itself about bluefin tuna, and it's we will read it, and it's the acknowledgings of this specific recommendation. You have to understand that before 2019, we were in a recovery plan. The recommendation was there because ICCAT has decided of a recovery plan of the bluefin tuna stock. Recovery meaning that we were at a very low level of this stock, considering ICCAT had established a recovery plan that had to proceed for 15 years. But just before 2019, and under the advice of SCRS, the scientific committee of ICCAT, it has been acknowledged that the stock had recovered more rapidly than scheduled. As the stock has recovered, then this recovery plan was no more necessary. And that's why we have had this move in 2019 from a recovery plan to a management plan. Now the objective of this recommendation of the regime of ICCAT and ICCAT members is to manage properly the stock at a certain level. This level is the TAC, the general TAC that is decided upon each recommendation. This TAC has increased, and that's at the end of the recovery plan, due to the fact that the stock has recovered more rapidly. It has been decided to increase this TAC to a certain sustainable level. Just for a reminder, from 2010, the TAC was of 13,000 tons per year per campaign. Now you will see, we have already seen, that this TAC for this new campaign 2022 has been set up at 36,000 tons. So it has increased by 3 times because the stock has effectively properly recovered. So we will see rapidly these acknowledgings that are governing, in fact, this the issuing of this specific recommendation. So the first acknowledging is that the Standing Committee for Research and Statistics, SCRS, that is the Scientific Advice Committee towards ICCAT, recommended in its 2020 advice that the total allowable catch, that is the famous TAC, be maintained at 36,000 tons for 2022. It was of 36,000 tons in 2021, so it has been maintained at the same level, knowing that it has increased between 2018 and 2020. And this figure be reviewed in 2021 based on updates of the abundance indicator. Noting that the SCRS confirmed in its 2021 advice that the examination of updated Eastern abundance indicators and the projections of 2017 assessment did not provide any evidence to alter the current TAC advice of 36,000 tons for 2022. Acknowledging the advice from SCRS to consider moving from the current recovery plan to a management plan, and that the current status of the stock no longer appears to require the emergency measures introduced under the recovery plan for bluefin tuna in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean. So it is recalled here that recommendation 1707 to recommendation 1904 were inside the recovery plan. And since then, we are in a management plan of the stock of bluefin tuna. Further acknowledging the impacts of the recovery plan for bluefin tuna in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean on the small-scale fleets, in particular with regard to the reduction of fishing capacity. Considering the capability of the stock to respond to several consecutive years of low recruitment, it will be paramount to ensure that fishing capacity remain within sustainable limits. That is very important in this. It was important in the recovery plan. It's the same importance in the management plan. Is that effectively the overall fishing capacity remains in sustainable limits, and that the control of capacity remains effective. So, taking into consideration, you can go down a little bit, Luigi, thank you. Taking into consideration the importance of maintaining the scope and integrity of the control measures and reinforcing traceability of the catches, in particular with regard to the transport of live fish and farming activities. Considering that the ICCAT working group on bluefin control and traceability measures of 24 March 2020 identified various provisions in recommendation 1904 that would benefit from being clarified, combined, streamlined, or otherwise improved and reinforced, and that the recommendations of the working group were endorsed by the March 2020 ICCAT Panel 2. So you have seen this morning that under the commission that is meeting only once a year, you have technical groups that are working or are meeting during the year to effectively follow what is fishing activities and to discuss effectively technical measures. You have here a working group and the panel 2. The panel 2 is the panel that is specific to bluefin tuna. And effectively every year in March, minimum, the panel 2 is meeting to effectively see the fishing plans of the CPC and to prepare recommendations to be presented to the annual meeting of ICCAT. So here in the work of this panel 2 and of the working group that has been held in 2020, the main decision was to effectively not to change effectively the main rules that are under this management plan, but to clarify some specific definitions or activities, and that was done in this new recommendation 2108. So that's it for the presentation of this specific recommendation about this management plan for bluefin tuna. The recommendation is divided in different parts. There are effectively 4 main parts, 5, excuse me, no, 6. That was not okay. There are 6 parts on this. This recommendation is divided in 6 parts that we will see more specifically. So the part 1 is important because it's the general provision and the objectives that are set up for this recommendation. So first thing is that the contracting parties and cooperating non-contracting parties, you have seen what they are this morning. So in all the text of the recommendation, this is referenced as CPC. We are given this morning the definition of CPC, that throughout this recommendation, we will always talk of CPCs. And I recall here that for us Europeans, the CPC is the EU Commission. It's not the individual member states. So the CPCs whose vessels are being fishing actively for bluefin tuna in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean shall implement management plan for bluefin tuna in that geographic area starting in 2019, because the management plan has started effectively in 2019, with the goal, that's the main important, the goal of all that is of maintaining the biomass of the stock of bluefin tuna. Here you have effectively the definition of this biomass settled by the SCRS, but effectively the main goal of this recommendation is to maintain the biomass of bluefin tuna, a sustainable biomass, of course, because there is a fishing activity behind. Okay. So this objective shall be revisited and modified if necessary once the MSC, that is the management plan, has made sufficient progress, when alternative management objective can be considered and reference point can be adopted. So every year, in fact, the Commission will review this management plan in line with effectively the progresses that are made in this management plan and the goal of this management plan. The point 2 is important too. When the SCRS stock evaluation, you know that one of the main tasks of the SCRS is to implement every year a stock evaluation of the bluefin tuna. So when this stock evaluation indicates that the status and development of the stock in terms of biomass or fishing mortality is diverting from this objective, safeguards and review clauses as defined in the final provision of this plan shall apply. So it means that effectively, if the stock of and the level of this stock is endangered again, the Commission may take safeguards new measures. It's not that because we have now this management plan, it will last forever. It may be reviewed at any time according to the stock evaluation prepared by the SCRS. So that's for the goals of the main important goal of this recommendation. Now we'll see what is a very important part of this recommendation, that are the definitions, because throughout what is described in this recommendation, we have to revert anytime to those specific definitions. There are specific definitions from ICCAT and from the specific recommendation, and they will be used throughout this recommendation. So every definition is really important, and you have to know afterwards all those specific definitions, and that's why the recommendation is beginning by this definition. So we will go through all these definitions. The first one, A, the fishing vessel, and here we have to be clear, not to make confusion, because just after the fishing vessel you have the definition, the B, of the catching vessel. So the fishing vessel, according to this recommendation, means any powered vessel used for the purposes of the commercial exploitation of bluefin tuna resources, including catching vessels, fish processing vessels, support vessels, towing vessels, vessels engaged in transshipment, and transport vessels equipped for the transportation of tuna products, and auxiliary vessels, except container vessels. So here the fishing vessels, according to this definition, are all the vessels that directly or indirectly enters into the fishing activity of bluefin tuna. So all the vessels. On the contrary, the catching vessel means a vessel used for the purposes of the commercial capture of bluefin tuna resources. So the catching vessel, as indicated in the definition, is a vessel that is doing properly the catch. So a fishing vessel, it's not a catching vessel. It's a more general definition. So in the recommendation where we talk about fishing vessel, it may be any type of vessel, but more precisely when we talk about catching vessel here mainly for us are the purseaners or the longliners. They are the main two catching vessels that are operating for bluefin tuna. Then we have the definition of other type of vessel that are all, once more, fishing vessels, according to this recommendation. The processing vessel means a vessel on board of which fisheries products are subject to one or more of the following operations prior to their packaging: filleting or slicing, freezing, and or processing. Processing vessels, in fact, are the vessels that are coming at the end of the bluefin tuna fishery process. So they are coming at the farm during harvest operations, and they collect effectively the dead bluefin tuna, and they process this on board. In fact, they are mainly filleting those bluefin tuna before freezing it. Okay, so what's called processing vessel. Many of these processing vessels came still from Japan. That is the main buyer of the bluefin tuna product. Auxiliary vessel means any vessel used to transport dead bluefin tuna not processed from a transport farm cage, a purse seine vessel or a trap to a designated port and or to a processing vessel. So the auxiliary vessel is only used to transport dead bluefin tuna and to a designated port. We will see in the recommendation what is a designated port, because one of the aspects of the recommendation we see it is that the transshipment of at sea of dead bluefin tuna is not permitted. You can only transship dead bluefin tuna to a port using those auxiliary vessels only. Towing vessel means any vessel used for towing live bluefin tuna cages. Support vessel means any other vessel authorized to operate in the bluefin tuna fishery to perform support tasks, which does not fall into any of the other categories mentioned in paragraph A above. Support vessels may not retain on board or transport bluefin tuna. So support vessels are not listed in the definition A, but they are fishing vessel too, and they may operate if they have an ICAT number during the campaign. Definition G, fishing actively, means for any catching vessel the fact that it targets bluefin tuna during a given fishing season. So the catching vessel, once more, mainly are purse seiners and or longliners, and effectively their main fishing activity, so that's why they fish actively, is bluefin tuna. They target only bluefin tuna. Joint fishing operation, it is a very important definition. So joint fishing operation, hereinafter referred to in the text as GFO, effectively in the text of the recommendation, and there is a specific part of the recommendation on GFOs that we'll see further on. So in the text we talk about GFO. GFO means joint fishing operation. This joint fishing operation means any operation between two or more bluefin tuna purse seine vessels where the catch of one bluefin tuna purse seine vessel is attributed to one or more other bluefin tuna purse seine vessels in accordance with the previously agreed allocation key. The GFO may or may not involve the active participation in bluefin tuna catching of all the personnel that make up the GFO. So, joint fishing operation of GFO, in fact, is a traditional way of fishing the bluefin tuna. Is specific to only purse seine vessels. And in fact, it's the fact for purse seine vessels to join their forces to conduct the fishing activity. So in fact, 2 or more, because you must at least be 2, because a person alone it's not a joint fishing operation, so minimum 2 of them, but there is no maximum, group themselves during the fishing campaign, and they merge, in fact, their capacity of catching to be more efficient. In fact, inside, and it's what is said in the definition, the prisoners that are inside the GFO, not specifically all of them are catching bluefin tuna. In fact, in the GFO, logically, you have some of the prisoners that are effectively catching the bluefin tuna. The other one may not catch at all bluefin tuna. They are there mainly to search for bluefin tuna during the campaign. But the most important thing here is that they join their technical means, that is the prisoner, but they join also their fishing capacity. By fishing capacity, I mean that they join their quota. We will see when we see the GFO how it's functioning, but effectively you add all the individual quotas of TAC of all individual personnel joining themselves into a GFO to have a general quota for this of TAC for this GFO. And then effectively, once a catch is made, there is what we call an allocation key. An allocation key is a percentage. Before or when you enter into, personnel is entering into a joint fishing operation, it gives inside the GFO a percentage of the general quota of that will constitute this GFO. And once a catch is made, this personnel receives a percentage of this catch. That is the allocation key, but we will see it again. We will see the specific way the GFO are constituted. But it's an important scheme in the fishing activity, these joint fishing operations. An important definition too, of course, is the transfer operations. So what you have to recall here about transfer operation, because you know that one of the very specific identity of this bluefin tuna fishery is that the bluefin tuna, in most of the cases, remains alive. The bluefin tuna has a value if it is and remains alive after its catch. So transfer operation are concerns only live bluefin tuna, and you will see in the different definitions of the transfer that anytime any transfer is of live bluefin tuna, only live bluefin tuna. On the contrary, it's the bluefin tuna is dead. It's no more a transfer, it's a transshipment. And the transshipment, once more we'll see it, is done only to designated ports, but transfer live fish. Okay, so here you have the list of all the transfer that may occur, transfer of live fish, bluefin tuna, during the fishing campaign. So the first one, any transfer of live bluefin tuna, of course, from the catching vessel's net to the transport cage. So just after the catch of the bluefin tuna is kept alive in the net of the catching vessel. Then a towing vessel is coming towards the purser, towing transport cages, and then the fish that is inside the net of the seiner is transferred live into a transport cage. This is the definition of the first transfer. that occurs, of course, at sea. The second one, any transfer of live fin bluefin tuna from the trap to the transport cage, independent of the presence of a towing vessel. So here you have.
I wish to ask a small question, please.
Yes.
When you were saying vessels, what is the actual meaning of that?
Catching vessel. It's written in the definition here.
Or towing vessel, yes.
It's always specified if it's the catching vessel. Here, mainly for transfer, it's the purse-seiner. The catching vessel is the purse-seiner. Or you have the definitions with towing vessel. Towing vessel is a fishing vessel, but it's towing the transport cages. So once more, the first definition occurs between the catching vessels. It's the seiner that's catch the bluefin tuna. The bluefin tuna is in the net of the catching vessel and is transferred to a transport cage that is towed by the towing vessel.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. So the second one.
Sorry, basically there is three types of vessels. One is towing, one is catching, and one is following, is looking for some tuna, right?
Yes and no. You have different. You have seen in the definition A that you have a lot of vessels.
There's also the support vessel that doesn't have by catching or anything. Just support.
All the fishing vessels are listed here in the definition A. You have the catching vessel, also the towing vessel, but the fish processing vessel is also a fishing vessel. You have the auxiliary vessel. You have eventually the support vessel. And also, it's not that we're concerning too much, but you may have transport vessels of tuna products. So all that are considered fishing vessels. For what concerns the recommendation and your job of effectively observers, the main vessels are effectively the purse-seiner, the catching vessel, the towing vessel, and eventually the auxiliary vessel that may bring dead fish to the port. That is the three types of vessel you are directly concerned with during your job of observer. Okay. So here, if we come back to the transfer definitions, maybe we will see all the definitions and then you may ask your questions. So the first one that occurs at sea is just after the catch. It's between the catching vessel and a transport cage. The second one may occur between a trap. So do you know what is a trap?
I wanted to ask again for the support vessel, because it doesn't take any fish in or out. It only supports the other vessels with smaller tasks. Is it still considered as a fishing vessel?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All the vessels entering directly or indirectly into this fishing activity are considered fishing vessels, and they must so be declared to ICAT, as you have seen this morning, and they must have all a specific ICAT number to operate into the fishing activity. Support vessels are mainly used at farm level when you are doing the harvest operations. They are mainly used at that time, but they are effectively fishing vessels also, and there is a specific definition for support vessels we have just seen. All right. So we come back to the transfers definitions. So we have seen the first one. The second one is a transfer between the trap and a transport cage. This specific definition is concerns only one case that occurs every year in Italy. Italy has got two traps in Sardinia, So the trap is another way of catching bluefin tuna. It's maybe the more antique way to catch bluefin tuna. It's a system of nets that are anchored just beside the coastline, and when the tuna is passing toward the coastline, he is trapped. That's why we call it traps. He's trapped into these nets. It's a system of net where the tuna is entering but cannot get out. At the end of this system of nets, you have a square cage where all the trapped tuna is concentrated. And from this trap and from this square cage, you may transfer this fish, usually effectively at the trap level. When the tuna is trapped, then you kill it. You have the possibility and to kill this directly, this tuna inside the trap. But now, since years, you have also the possibility to sell this fish to farms, and then the fish that is inside this trap is transferred. But the only case where this fish is transferred to a transport cage is once more in Italy. You will not see operating in Malta this situation, but because in Italy the traps are not linked with farms. There is no farming facility in Italy, so the bluefin tuna catched by those two traps in Italy is transferred to a transport cage. When this transport cage is full, then this transport cage is towed to a farm in Malta. But it is a transfer, because it's a transfer of live bluefin tuna from the trap to the transport cage. You have also the case where you may transfer the bluefin tuna from the trap, but directly to the farm. Some countries are developed just beside the trap facilities, farms, and then the bluefin tuna is directly transferred from the trap to the farm. It is a case in Morocco, for example, or in Spain, also in Portugal. But in Italy, you transfer directly into the transport cage, so that's why you have this definition here. The third definition, any transfer of live bluefin tuna from the transport cage to another transport cage. Here, this transfer is occurring during the transportation of the bluefin tuna, so at the level of the towing vessel. You know that the towing vessel is towing not only one cage, but several cages of bluefin tuna, mainly at the end of the campaign, where they tow the cages towards the farm facilities. During this transport for commodity, it is possible to transfer part of the bluefin tuna from one transport cage to another transport cage. So this is also a transfer of live bluefin tuna. Considered also a transfer is a transfer of a cage containing live bluefin tuna from a towing vessel to another towing vessel. So here it's called a transfer. It's in the definition of a transfer, but physically it's not really a transfer of directly bluefin tuna. Here it's the fact that a towing vessel, because he has too much cages to tow, during his way to the farm, may give one of these transport cage to another towing vessel. So there is a transfer, not of the tuna itself, of the cage containing bluefin tuna from a towing vessel to another towing vessel. But in the definition, it's considered a transfer. Other definition of transfer, any transfer of live bluefin tuna between different cages in the same farm. It's called intra-farm transfer. Intra, because it's inside the same farm. Here also for management operational commodities, the farm may decide to move bluefin tuna from one of its cage to another of its cage inside the same farm. It's called an intra-farm transfer. And last definition, any transfer of live bluefin tuna from a farm cage to a transport cage. So it's this specific transfer occurs when you have a release. When a release of tuna every year at the level of the farm, we will see it also throughout the recommendation. The competent authority, the CPC competent authority, may decide to release tuna because they discover that this tuna that has been farmed is in excess of the original quota. So to release this fish that is inside a cage of the farm, the release is not done at the level of the farm, directly from the cage of the farm. There is a transfer between the farm cage to a transport cage, and then this transport cage is towed at sea, and then the release is done definitively at sea. So the transfer from a farm cage to a transport cage is also, of course, a transfer. Okay, so those are the definitions of the transfer operations. There are still questions about those transfer operations. No. Okay, so we will see the next definition, that is interfarm transfer.
Sorry, can the last transport transfer ratio? I don't know. Can you explain it again, please? Because I didn't understand it very well. So basically, you said they throw fish away, or
it's not to throw away; it's to free. It's to free the fish, because here
relocation
the fish is alive. The fish is alive. If during the farming operations, the control authorities discover that in the farm, you have more tunas than expected, you cannot, we will see it in the recommendation. One of the main aspects is that you have a quota, a catching quota, so you can catch till a certain level. But if you discover afterward that in a specific farm, in the farm, you have more fish than was the original quota, because during the transfer operations, we will see that effectively we count the fishes, but we don't weigh them. So at the end, when you cage the bluefin tuna using the new techniques, we are able to weight the fish that is caged, that is put inside the farm. But often we discover, the control authorities discover, that there is tuna in excess from the original catching tag in the farm. You cannot farm fishes that are outside the original tag. So if you have fish in excess inside the farm cannot keep it. Compulsory, this fish has to be released, has to be freed again inside the sea. So to operate this operation of release, there is this specific transfer where you transfer the fish that is inside a specific cage of a farm into a transport cage, because this fish has to be released at sea. Why the release is not done at the level of the farm? Because after a certain period, the bluefin tuna is used to be caged and to be feeded every day. So if you release at the level of the farm, what has been seen in the past years is that the bluefin tuna is remaining beside the farm, like a domestic animal, if you want. So to avoid that the fish is remaining at the proximity of the farm, it is compulsory now to release this fish into the wide sea, so far away from the farm. So that's why there is this specific transfer from the farm cage to a transport cage that is bringing this bluefin tuna at sea, far away at sea, to properly release it at sea. Is it more clear?
Sorry, I have to ask this. But instead of releasing them in the ocean, right? Why don't they transfer them to another cage with which has more capacity for fish, using the intern farm transfer, like you're saying?
No, because this bluefin tuna is illegal. It's not the problem of capacity of the farm. It's the problem that you cannot find inside the farm fish that is in excess of the quota. For example, if the quota is 100 for a specific catch, and after the control, you discover that the farm has caged 110. The 10 in excess of the quota cannot be farmed. You can farm only, you can operate only, and you can market only fishes that have been catch inside the authorized quota. So if you have a quota of 100, you cannot cage 110. So the 10 in excess has to be released.
So you release the 10. You release the 10.
Of course, you release the 10, not the 110.
Okay.
You release the fish in excess from the original quota.
So you cannot access the quota you have. Okay, I understand.
That's why you have these release operations. We see it when we see specifically the other rules inside this recommendation. But it said at the beginning, we have a specific quota, and this specific quota has to be, of course, respected. So a CPC and the control authorities cannot accept that effectively, because then you cannot market this fish. You cannot, because on the EBCD, you will see it, you have a specific quantity. And this quantity is linked with the catch at the beginning, because BCD is bluefin catch document. It's not the quantity transferred or the quantity farmed. So the quantity that is inside the farm must at any time be equivalent to the catch limit that you have at the beginning. So all the fish, what we call the fish in excess from the tag, cannot be kept, cannot be farmed, cannot be marketed. It has to be released. And now, effectively, every year you have releases operations from the farm. That's why this definition of transfer has been added. It was not existing before, but due to this reality that every year, effectively, fish in excess is released, you have this new definition of transfer because it's a transfer from a farm cage to a transport cage. This operation is done also because if we take our example of you have to release 10 over 110. If you do not do this transfer, it's very difficult to release only 10 from the farm cage, because once more you release only 10, not 110. So to count this 10, this countage is done through the transfer, because you know the transfer is filmed. We'll see it afterwards also. And so the control authorities has to be sure that the transport cage contains the 10 that are in excess. So that's why also we do this transfer for two reasons: to be able to be able to count and to be sure that the transport cage is only containing the fish in excess, and then to operate this release into the sea. Is it clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So next definition is inter-farm transfer. So we have decided that I will say it again, means relocation of live bluefin tuna from one farm to another farm, composed of two phases: a transfer from the donor farm cage to a transport cage, and a caging from the transport cage to the receiving farm cage. So here we have seen in the transfer definitions that you may have intra-farm transfer, but we are inside the same farm. It's from the cage from the farm to another cage of the same farm. Here it's different. It's a transfer also, but this is between two different farms. So one farm, in a way, is selling part of this fish to another farm. So to do this operation, that is called an inter-farm transfer. So you have intra-farm transfer and inter-farm transfer. For this inter-farm transfer, you take the fish from the cage from the first farm, farm one. This fish is transferred into a transport cage. This transport cage is towed to the other farm, the other farm that is buying this fish, the farm 2, and then this fish is caged again, so transferred from the transport cage to the cage of the farm 2. Okay, so it's between two different farms. So it's a specific transfer. First transfer, this is a new definition.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Is the quota of the catch decided by the size of the boat, or I don't know? I'm asking this.
It's not in the definition. We'll see it afterwards when we see effectively the allocation of quota. Okay, it's the part 2 of the recommendation. Here we are in the part 1. So the part 2 is dealing with the management measures, and the main management measure effectively is the tag, the quota. But we will see how this quota is managed. Okay, so first transfer, this is a new definition in this new 2108 recommendation, means a transfer of live. The transfer is always of live bluefin tuna from a purse-seine net or a trap to a transport cage. Because since 3 or 4 years, I don't remember well, but it has been introduced the possibility when you are transferring the tuna from the purse-seiner to the transport cage, or even at the caging level, to do several transfers. That's why here they've introduced the notion of first transfer, because before there is only one transfer that was made. There was a possibility to make only one transfer for the operator. Since a few years now, it has been introduced the fact that is at the time of the first transfer, you have effectively a difficulty to count the fishes that are transferred because you will see it, the way to establish how many fishes has been transferred into the transport cage or have been caged is to use an underwater video. But as we are underwater, you may have technical difficulties, and effectively it's not always evident that you succeed in the first transfer to have a good video permitting to count the fishes. So there is the possibility now for the operator, and we'll see it in the other definitions, to do other transfers, voluntary transfers. And you have also the possibility at the level of the towing vessel to do further transfer, to transfer from a transport cage to another transport cage. So here, this definition, K, it's a new definition, means only that, and you will see it in the ITD, that is an official document, that what we call the first transfer is the transfer from the person to the transport cage. It is the very first transfer occurring in the fishery process of bluefin tuna. The very first transfer that is occurring, that is the first transfer definition we have seen in the transfer operation, the very first is the one just after the catch, and this first transfer occurs effectively from the net of the purseiner to the transport cage. Then you have several transfers that may occur after this first transfer. You have the further transfers. You have also the caging at the farm, that is a transfer. But the very first one is this one, from the purse-seine net to the transport cage. Then the other definition is the L1, effectively. You may have further transfer. Those further transfer means any transfer operation that is conducted after the first transfer, of course, and before caging at the destination farm, such as splitting or merging of the contents of two transport caging, but that does not include voluntary or controlled transfer. It may be confusing here because we are talking of different transfer, and mainly voluntary and controlled transfer. We will see, because there are specific definition of these two kind of transfers, but mainly it means that during the transportation, what we call further transfer are the transfer that may occur at the level of the transportation of the bluefin tuna, at the level of the towing vessel, where, and we have seen it already in the transfer definition, you may transfer part of the bluefin tuna from a transport cage to another transport cage. That's why we say splitting or merging, because you may transfer part of a transport cage, or part of the bluefin of the transport cage, to part of the bluefin tuna of another transport cage, and it's that's why they say merging a bluefin tuna to the level of a transport cage. So further transfer.
Excuse me.
Only I finish and you ask your question. Are only at the level of transport cages, from a transport cage to another transport cage, and they occur after the first transfer. You may ask your question.
I want to know what exactly will be our job. What we'll be doing, for example.
Alors, so for the CPC, because here we are in the training of the CPC observers. You know that you have two categories, two different observers in the fishery activity. You have the ROP, the regional observers, that are directly managed by ICAT, and you have the CPC observers. You will be CPC observers. We will see it further on because it's part of the control measures. You have the definition inside the recommendation. We will see it afterwards, of the ROP and the CPC observer, and the task, the specific task of the ROP and the CPC observer. But we will see it afterwards during the recommendation. Here we are only at the level of the definitions. We'll come back to those definitions while we'll see the recommendation, but we have to go through all the definition to understand better afterwards what are all the rules and all the activities scheduled by this specific recommendation. So effectively, the role of the CPC observer has been strengthened at the occasion of this specific recommendation, and the specific task of the CPC observer are described inside. So effectively, for the further transfer, as these transfers concern only the towing vessel, the transport cages, the CPC observer has a specific task, a specific role, because he has to monitor and to inform about those specific transfers, of course, but we will see it afterwards. Okay, so further transfer is at the level of the towing vessel, but you have to know that further transfer do not concern voluntary or controlled transfer. We will see just afterwards. Donor operator, that's a new definition too, but it's important, means the master of the catching or the towing vessel or its representative, or the representative of a farm or a trap from which a transfer operation originates. So in a transfer operation, you have a donor and you have one who is receiving the bluefin tuna. But at the beginning, you have a donor. A donor may be, according to the situation, different bodies, and they are listed here in this definition. So the donor operator, it's the body that is giving the tuna to another body. So the first one, of course, is, as we have seen in the definition of the transfer, the first donor operator is the person, the master of the purseiner, because he is the donor of the bluefin tuna towards the master of the towing vessel. The towing vessel, the master of the towing vessel may be also the donor operator too. If, for example, he, during the transportation, and we have seen in the definition of the transfer, is giving one of its transport cage to another towing vessel, the master of the towing vessel will be the donor towards the master of the other towing vessel. A trap operator too, we have seen that the trap may transfer its bluefin tuna to a transport cage or to a farm. So in this case, the trap is also the donor operator. All right. Other definition, CPC of the donor operator means the CPC that exercises its jurisdiction on the donor operator. It means that effectively the operator is the private body that is operating the bluefin tuna. This operator is inside, of course, a CPC, and so there is a CPC of the donor operator. For us Europeans, I recall that the CPC is the EU. So for all the purseaners or towing vessel operating under EU member state flag, the CPC is the EU Commission. Definition O, voluntary transfer. So this is a new definition of a transfer. It means the repetition of any transfer being voluntarily implemented by the donor operator for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of Annex 8. You will see during your training what is the Annex 8. The Annex 8 is linked with the video footage underwater when the transfer is implemented. As I have said, we have to control, and the only way to control how the transfer is occurring, but mainly which quantities of tunas have been transferred. And it is important to know effectively for management and control purposes how many fishes are inside a specific cage at a specific moment. For example, if there is control at sea during the transportation at the level of the towing vessel, the inspector comes on board. He has to know how many fishes are in each transport cage that the towing vessel is towing. And the way to know how many fishes are inside, it's at the level of the first transfer at sea. And this transfer has been monitored by a specific video footage that is described in Annex 8. We will see Annex 8 further on. But the aim is once more to be able to count the fishes. So after the first transfer, we have seen the definition of the first transfer. After the operating of this first transfer, the operator, not the authorities, directly the operator can decide by itself, under its own responsibility, to repeat the transfer operation. Why is repeating this operation? Because we may not have a good film, a good quality film to count the fishes. If it is not possible to count the fishes, if we do not know how many fishes are being transferred, we are into trouble. And we'll see it also, specific inquiry may be implemented. But before coming to that, the operator, and it's always the case, has the possibility, it's new, because before he didn't have this possibility. It's new since 2 or 3 years. He has the possibility to do, to repeat the first transfer and to do a voluntary, that's why it's called voluntary, because it's voluntary from upon the operator decision. The operator may be as many transfer as he wants. There was before, but there is no more. There is no limitation in the number of voluntary transfer. He can do.
A question.
Yes.
What are the complications that can happen that can prevent you from counting?
In fact, for example,
like technical error, I don't know.
There is a lot of reasons. We will see it when we see the Annex 8. In fact, to be valid, there is 2 aspects of the underwater video footage. The first one is he has to follow certain conditions that are described in Annex 8. For example, you have to see the number of the authorization of the film. The film must be dated, and you have to see it continuously with the time of the film shown on the film with no interruption. You must see the opening of the closure of the door integrally. So you have specifications, the very detailed and precise specification that has this video has to show. If the film is not showing that, or partly that, the film is not valid. And if the film is not valid, you cannot send away the bluefin tuna, because the bluefin tuna is sent away with a copy of this video footage. So the video footage is not valid in one, at least one of these aspects. You cannot send and you cannot sell, in fact, the fish for the operator. So that's why if the film is not valid, because you may have a technical problem, you are underwater, your video camera is breaking under the water while you are filming, and you have no way to replace this video camera. You have no film. For example, bad weather is coming during the transfer. At the beginning, all is clear, the water is not turbid and so on. While you are filming, bad weather is coming, and then you do not see, even for 5 minutes, you do not see anymore the transfer operation on the film. You have to do it again. The last point is that you have to be able to count. You will see different type of filming. You will not see it with me, but with another trainer about the way those films are implemented, and you will see different types of filming. And we'll see that it's not obvious at all from the quality of one film to the quality of another film, to count precisely the fishes. For any reason, you may not be able to count the fishes that are transferred. So if you are in such a situation, and if the operator is in such a situation, he may decide by himself to do another transfer to have a good film, to have a film that is valid and where the fishes can be counted. That's why he has this possibility to do those voluntary transfers, repeating the original transfer. When the fish is, the cage is coming and the transfer is immediately done, you may have a good film. It's not compulsory to do voluntary transfer. It's only a possibility, a new possibility given to the operator to repeat the transfer operation with the goal to have at the end a good film, a valid film, and to be able to count the tunas. Okay, that is the voluntary transfer. Voluntary because it's the decision of the operator. All right. Then you have the other definition, just the P1, the control transfer. The specifics of this control transfer is that it is not decided by the operator. It's decided by the control authorities. That is the main difference between the two. The control transfer means the repetition of any transfer being implemented at the request of control authorities. At any time, the control authorities may request a new transfer, a repetition of the transfer. And it's called a control transfer because it is asked by the control authorities, the authorities from the CPC. So it's done and it's implemented. We'll see it in the recommendation in the presence of inspectors. There may be also the ROP at this control transfer, but mainly it is implemented with the presence of inspectors because it's a control transfer. So after several voluntary transfers, if we do not have a specific film and if we are not able to count the tuna, it may happen that the control authorities say, okay, the transport cage may leave the fishing ground and be towed, but we will do a control transfer further on. Because if we do not know how many fishes have been transferred, until we know how many fishes have been transferred, this fish cannot enter a farm. So obviously the control transfer occurs between the time the transport cage has left the fishing ground and before this transport cage arrives to the farm, the destination farm. But this control transfer is only, once more, decided by the control authorities. In the same spirit, you have also, and the definition Q, control caging. When the fish is arriving inside the transport cage to the farm, there is a caging operation. It means that we are transferring the fish from the transport cage to the cage, the definitive cage inside the farm. Here also, this operation is filmed, and here also we must know exactly how many fishes have been caged at the farm. So here also, the control authority have the possibility to conduct a control caging. That is this definition. So the control caging means a repetition of the caging operation being implemented at the request of the control authorities. As it is a control caging, it's requested by the control authorities for the purpose of verifying the number and or the average weight of fish being caged. The definition are, we have already talked about that, but it's a definition trap. So the trap, once more, it's another way to catch the bluefin tuna, and means fixed gear anchored to the bottom, usually containing a guide net that leads bluefin tuna into an enclosure or series of enclosure where it is kept prior to harvesting or farming. So it's a series of nets that guides the bluefin tuna into a main enclosure or series of enclosures. We have several enclosures inside the trap where the fish, the bluefin tuna, is kept. And there is two possibilities for the trap operator, or to harvest directly this bluefin tuna by killing it inside this enclosure, or to transfer it to a farm or to a transport cage. Okay. Definition S, caging means the relocation of live bluefin tuna from the transport cage or trap to the farming or fattening cages. So the caging itself, it's a transfer tool, because the caging is the fact to relocate live bluefin tuna from a transport cage to the cage of the farm, or from the enclosure of the trap to the farming cage. So here we are talking about fattening cages, because you know that the fact to keep the bluefin alive into farm facilities, it's effectively to fatten these bluefin tunas. They enter the farm at a certain level of weight, then they are feeded during a certain period, several months, sometimes several years, and then they are harvested once they have gained a certain weight. That's why we are talking about fattening cages inside the farm.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes.
So, the farming cages that you get in Malta, are those regarded as fattening cages also?
Excuse me, can you repeat your question?
So, the farming cages that you have in Malta,
yes,
are those fattening cages?
Yes, right. Malta is one of the main country for the farming and fattening of bluefin tuna. Merely, I think today in Malta you have 60% of the overall farming capacity around the Mediterranean. So it's a very important location for farming and fattening of bluefin tuna. So the farm facilities and the farm cages you may see even from the coast of Malta are effectively fattening cages.
Thank you very much.
So fattening or farming, you see the next definition, it's answering your question. Fattening or farming, it's quite the same thing, means caging of bluefin tuna in farm and subsequent feeding aiming to fatten and increase their total biomass. So we call it farm because effectively the bluefin tuna first is alive and then is feeding throughout the lapse time he will spend inside the farm. And the goal is to increase its biomass, to increase its weight before it is sold to the final client. Final client in this case and is mainly Japan. And so you know that the value of bluefin tuna is two things for mainly Japanese. It's the weight of the overall fish. So more the fish is weighted, more it has a value, and it's also the level of its fattening that is important for the Japanese buyer, and that's why there is this process of farm in this, and is very specific to bluefin tuna. So effectively, more usually we are talking about farming facilities, but we could call also it fattening facilities. Okay, so the aim, the goal is to increase the biomass of the bluefin tuna after he has entered into these farm facilities. Definition new farm means a marine site. Of course, the farms are located beside the coast, but as the fish is kept alive, you have to be inside the sea. So into a marine location. So it's a marine site or marine location clearly defined by geographical coordinates used for the fattening or farming of bluefin caught by traps and or purse-seine vessels. Here, the two catching means mainly for live bluefin tuna are, of course, the traps or the purse-seine vessels. A farm could have several farming locations, all of them defined by geographical coordinates, with a clear definition of longitude and latitude for each one of the points of the polygon. So a farm, basically, at the beginning, is a geographical positioning inside a marine site. So it's inside the sea, but it has specific and clear coordinates. A farm cannot be located just to say, I'm outside of Malta. No, I'm outside of Malta, but with these specific geographical coordinates. So you have seen, and we've seen it, it's a recommendation this morning when we have viewed the ICCAT website, that the ICCAT Secretariat is maintaining a record of all the authorized farming facilities. So you have a list of farms, and in this list of farms, effectively, you have the name of the operator, the capacity of, you will see that the farm has an overall input, an overall fattening capacity, but also you have these geographical coordinates in the list provided by ICCAT Secretariat. So that is the definition of a farm, a marine site and precise geographical coordinates. Definition V, harvesting means the killing of bluefin tuna in farms or traps. So harvesting is the last operation at the end of the process of this bluefin tuna operation, is the fact of to kill the bluefin tuna, to harvest it from the sea, and to give it to the buyer. So this harvesting operation comes at the level of the farm or at the level of the traps, as we have seen. At the level of the traps, it's just after the catch, when they have done the catch and that the bluefin tuna is in the final enclosure, they may decide to harvest totally or part of this tuna. It means that they will kill the bluefin tuna inside this this enclosure before selling it. At the level of the farm, it's at the end of the fattening process, when they consider that the tunas have reached the satisfying weight level, that the bluefin tuna is killed into the cage of the farm. He's killed inside the cage of the farm, and then he is put on a support vessel or auxiliary vessel and bring to the processing vessel. Okay, you will see, I think, images of these harvesting operations during this training. Okay, donc harvesting is the last activity of the bluefin tuna fishery. W is an important definition. So we have seen that transfer concerns only live bluefin tuna. Transshipment means, on the contrary, the unloading of all or any of the fish on board of a fishing vessel to another fishing vessel. However, unloading of dead bluefin tuna from the purse seine, the trap, or the towing vessel to an auxiliary vessel shall not be considered as transshipment. In fact, the transshipment first concerns only dead bluefin tuna, first thing. The second thing is that transshipment from a vessel to another vessel is totally prohibited. The transshipment at sea is totally prohibited. You cannot transship dead bluefin tuna at sea unless you are in one of these situations that is described here. If you take the dead bluefin tuna directly from the purse seine or the trap or the towing vessel to an auxiliary vessel, we have seen the definition of an auxiliary vessel, this is not considered as a transshipment. It means that if during the catch, for example, you are on the purse seine and it occurs that you have some dead bluefin tuna, this tuna can be sold, obviously, if it's declared, and then it can be transshipped, but only if you use an auxiliary vessel, and that this bluefin tuna is taken directly from the purse seine to this auxiliary vessel, and this auxiliary vessel goes directly to the port. This can occur effectively at the level of the purse seine. This can occur at the level of the trap. If from the trap you put this dead bluefin tuna on an auxiliary vessel, then this vessel goes to the port. The same for the towing vessel. During the towing of the cages, it occurs that some bluefin tuna may die. This dead bluefin tuna may be put directly from the cage, the transport cage, to an auxiliary vessel and transported directly to the port, but only in those specific cases. Otherwise, transshipment of dead bluefin tuna from a vessel at sea to another vessel at sea is totally prohibited. Okay, so transshipment, dead bluefin tuna.
Sorry, what they do when they are transferring the cages and they find dead? What they do with them? What we should do with that?
When you find dead bluefin tuna during a transfer operation, that is your question, right?
No, yes, please.
Yes, so if any kind of transfer at the level of the purse seine or at the level of the towing vessel, of course, this this dead bluefin tuna has to be declared by the master of the purse seine or of the towing vessel on its logbook first. Then it has to be declared also at the level of the BCD, because at the beginning you have a tag. This tag is a catching tag. So every kind of bluefin tuna that has been catched, dead or alive, comes into the general tag. That's why all dead bluefin tuna, even after the transfer or during the transfer operation, has to be declared because it enters into the general tag. So if the master of one of these vessels during the transfer operation, even at the farm level, at the caging, the level of the caging operation, if there is dead bluefin tuna, he has to be declared and deducted from the tag. Okay, then when declared, the operator has the possibility to, has all the possibilities in fact, but he has also the possibility to market it, to sell it. So to put it in an auxiliary vessel and to transship it in a port to be sold to a private body. The only thing is that you have to recall that the main value of a bluefin tuna, it's when he is alive. A dead bluefin tuna loses lots. When I say lot, is by 10 times his value. It means that fresh bluefin tuna, I've considered it fresh because you have to sold it very quickly, unless you have freezing capacities on board of the auxiliary vessel. But if you do not have, you have to sell it very quickly, because once it's dead, if it's not properly maintained, you will lose all the quality of the fish, of course. So it is, well, let's say, a complicated operation, but it's on the decision of the master of your vessel, being a purser or towing vessel. But what is compulsory is to declare it.
Sorry.
That
So basically what you're saying, sorry, but so basically what you're saying is if there are dead fish, you either throw them overboard or you throw them in the freezer. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
But logically, you are not permitted to throw it. They may do so. It's not logically. It's not permitted to throw away like that at sea, even if we see it every year. But it's not permitted. So if you see it, you have to make a report on it. But logically, you have to.
So basically, I'm sorry. So basically, if we found like a dead tuna, we have to report about it, right?
Yes.
For example,
yes.
we have to report that.
You have to verify that your master has. You will see.
I think that is our job to do.
Yes.
We observe.
You will
check that is everything okay.
Yes, you will see it in your activities. It's the aim of this training. But when I say that the master has to declare it, first thing is you have to verify that the master. First, you have to see this dead bluefin tuna, because it's one of the difficulty.
And all the dead tuna that will be found, where they will be thrown away, because overboard it won't be making any sense for sure.
To be clear, you have to see it, because sometimes you never see the dead bluefin tuna because it occurs under the sea. So maybe with the divers, they go under the sea. They take out this dead bluefin tuna, and you never see it. You are never aware of that. It's a reality. It's not good, but it's like that. So first you have to see this dead bluefin tuna. That is not, sometimes you see it clearly, sometimes not. This is the first thing. But if you see it, if the captain or the master says, okay, I have a dead bluefin tuna.
Even checking kinds of disease, I think, yeah? With what it's dead, or with
we do not have to check why. It's an operational event. In the operations, effectively, you may have dead bluefin tuna. But the first thing is you have to verify that this dead bluefin tuna has been accordingly documented and reported. Reported meaning that it has to be put on the logbook. You will see which kind of information you have to verify. I remember the logbook every day, so you have to verify the entries in the logbook, and one of the entries in this logbook is really the dead bluefin tuna. The second thing is that if it's dead bluefin tuna during transfer operation, and you have seen that the towing vessel may conduct transfer operation from a transport cage to another transport cage. If this is the case, you have the master as a specific report to fill in and you have to verify that this report has been filled in. This is the job effectively of the CPC observer too. But then what is done with this bluefin tuna? It's the decision of the master. We do not have. He can put it effectively in a fridge. He can put it on an auxiliary vessel to be transshipped to a port. He can throw it away. You may note effectively what is happening to this dead bluefin tuna, but it's only the information we give to at the end in your report. But the main thing is that this dead bluefin tuna has to be recorded. Okay. But we'll see it afterwards because it's inside the recommendation. But it is a very important aspect. It's the management of this dead bluefin tuna.
So for transshipment, okay, you cannot sell that fish, but if both fisheries have the freezer, if both the boats have the freezers, like you said,
yes.
can they still sell it?
Yes, sure. No, they are the owner of the fish. Once, if it is catch inside the limitation of the quota, of course, if it's inside the quota, they can sell the fish dead or alive. It's not prohibited at all. But
as long as they are
declare it, they have to declare it because this fish will be deducted from their quota. That's why they have to declare it. And you have a specific section, you will see it in the BCD to declare the dead fish tuna, as you have a specific section in the ITD to declare the dead bluefin tuna. So he has to be declared because it's inside the quota once he has been catched. That's why he has to be declared. So, but afterwards, he can keep it, he can put it on an auxiliary vessel to be to sold it at the port. He can sell it afterwards. He can eventually eat it. If it is declared, they can say, okay, it's a little tuna. I give it to the cook and we'll eat it as a past. It's not really problem as long as it is properly declared.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
So our role is to document that if we find any dead tuna, and also check that the master documents the death of the tuna also, right?
Right. But once more, I think we are going too far away on the. It's written in the recommendation. We'll see it after.
Yes, I'm sorry,
We have
Jean-Pierre.
yes.
I want to clarify that the roles and tasks of the National Observer are going to be discussed starting with tomorrow in a very detailed way. So maybe we can move on. We are going to finish the definition part of the ICAT recommendation, and then we will try to have a little coffee break, okay?
At what time is a coffee break, please?
When you want, Jean-Pierre.
Okay,
maybe at the end of this definition part, or if you want to go, okay?
No, we'll go at the end of the, we have quite finished, of the definition, then the coffee break, and then we move on. So for now, once more, there are definitions. You have just to understand and to know those definitions. Then it will be clearer for you effectively when we will enter into the recommendation, and more clearer also, effectively, as Ornella said, when you will see the specific task of the CPC observer or the regional one. Okay, so we'll go on to finish the definitions, and then we'll enter into the core of the recommendation. So another definition is sport fishery and recreational fishery, X and Y. Epsilon. So the sport fishery means non-commercial, that's very important, non-commercial fisheries whose members adhere to a national sport organization or are issued with a national sport license. So sport fishery is a leisure activity, of course, that's why it's non-commercial fisheries, but it exists. And for the sport fishery, there is a national sport organization where you adhere, and you are issued with a national sport license. The recreational fishery, on the contrary, is still a non-commercial fisheries, but whose members do not adhere to a national sport organization or are not issued with a national sport license. Okay, sport fishery, recreational fishery. Other definition: stereoscopic camera means a camera with 2 or more lenses with a separate image sensor or film frame for each lens, enabling the taking of 3-dimensional images for the purpose of measuring the length of the fish and assisting in refining the number and weight of bluefin tuna. So this is a very technical and specific camera, this stereoscopic camera. So you will have a specific part of the training on the use of this stereoscopic camera. The stereoscopic camera is there only for control purposes, and it is used only at the level of the farm. It is not used at sea because it's, as it said here, a very specific tool with several lenses. You have to parameter very precisely this camera, and that's why it's cannot be used in low tides or difficult waters. So that's why it's only used at the level of the farm. But it is a very important monitoring and control tool, because the specifics of the stereoscopic camera is that it gives, as it said here, a 3-dimensional images, not a 2-dimensional images like the conventional camera. And through these 3-dimensional images, it is possible to have two information. The first one is the number of fishes that have been transferred, but mainly the weight. You will see when you will see the filmings from a conventional camera, that is very difficult. It's possible to count, but it's very difficult to evaluate the weight of a fish that is transferred because you are under the sea, and that effectively it's a bidimensional camera, the conventional one. But with stereoscopic camera, you may have the weight of the bluefin tuna, and that is why it's used at the farm after during the caging operations, and it's a very powerful control mean. Next definition: control camera means a stereoscopic camera or a conventional video camera for the purpose of the control for scenes in these recommendations. The controls for scenes in this recommendation, we'll see it afterward during when it is explained how is to be monitored a transfer operation. Once more, a transfer operation with live bluefin tuna is always under the sea. And to monitor the transfer operation when you are at sea, you have only the conventional video camera. So at the level of the first transfer operation, as we have seen, you have only the conventional video camera. At the level of the caging operations, you have both cameras. You have the stereoscopic one and the conventional video one. Okay, but these two cameras are effectively used to the controls or monitoring operations that are foreseen by the recommendation, mainly to know how many fishes have been transferred. Other definition: BCD or electronic BCD, EBCD, means a bluefin catch document. So in all the documentation that is compulsory field in the bluefin tuna fishery operation, you will see there are several documents. The main important one, and the first one, is this BCD. BCD means bluefin catch document. What is important here? It's catch. The BCD is filled in just after the catch. Okay, it's the first document that is filled. So now we have a eBCD because all is electronic now. It's no more a paper document, but it's an electronic document. Okay, but the information that is inside the BCD is still the same, has remained the same that it was when it was a paper document. And its document, the BCD, is called also the passport of the bluefin tuna, because once catch, the bluefin tuna during the transportation, during all the time he's at the farm, but also at the time he's sold to the buyer, this bluefin tuna must be with the BCD. You cannot find bluefin tuna in a transport cage in the farm or at the level at the time he's sold if he do not have with it this BCD. This is a very, very important document, and you will see when you will see the BCD that this document is filled at every level of the process of the fishing of the bluefin tuna. The first information is the catch information, but then you have also the transfer information, the farming, the catching information, and also a section with the marketing of the bluefin tuna. Because even at a restaurant, if you eat bluefin tuna, you may ask to say, is it bluefin tuna? Do you have the BCD to be sure that the bluefin tuna has been fished and marketed under this recommendation and under the rules of ICCAT. So bluefin tuna that is marketed without the BCD is an illegal bluefin tuna. Okay, length of vessels means overall length. So it was simple. Then small scale coastal vessel. You have the definition here of what is called a small scale coastal vessel. Is a catching vessel, is still a catching vessel with at least 3 of the 5 following characteristics. So to be defined, a small scale coastal vessel, this kind of vessel, this type of vessel has to meet almost 3 of these 5 definitions. A length overall under 12 meters, the first characteristic. The second one, the vessel is fishing exclusively inside the territorial waters of the flag CPC. C, fishing trips have a duration of less than 24 hours. D, the maximum crew number is established at 4 persons. And last characteristic, the vessel is fishing using techniques which are selective and have a reduced environmental impact. So once more, if a vessel is meeting one of these 3 definitions, is considered a small-scale coastal vessel. Farm CPC means the CPC under whose jurisdiction the bluefin tuna farm is located. For example, for Malta, the farm CPC is the EU and not Malta government. Flag CPC means the CPC where the fishing vessel is flagged. So every kind of fishing vessel, okay, all the fishing vessel entering into bluefin tuna are under the jurisdiction of a specific flag CPC. Trap CPC the same, it means the CPC under whose jurisdiction the trap is located. Last definition, input farming capacity means the maximum amount of wild bluefin tuna in tons that a farm is allowed to cage during a fishing season. I have said that when we are talking about the farm facilities, the farms is a geographical, as you remember, a location into a marine sector, specific marine sector, but also a farm and the CPC of the farm has to declare a maximum input farming capacity. It means it's the amount in tons, so in weight, that this farm can receive during a specific campaign. So every year in the fishing plan or in the farming plan, we'll see it in the recommendation, the CPC has to declare to ICAT the maximum input for each of its farm. Okay, so before coming to the part 2, effectively, we will have this coffee break. So good coffee break, and we start again in, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes.
That's up to you. For us, it's just all right, both 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, so let's say 15 minutes maximum. Okay, so by
Perfect.
3:30.
Perfect.
Okay.
So
A good coffee
have a
to
good
you.
coffee break. We will start again in 15 minutes.
Okay, very good.
Hey guys, I believe we are ready to restart, so we are going to just wait for our lecturer, Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva, and then we are going to continue with the ICAT recommendations, starting with management measures. So a few minutes of patience and we are going to start again. Thank you.
May I ask till what time is the course today?
Today, the training course will end at 5 p.m. According to the availability of our lecturer. Tomorrow, it is
Okay.
going to end at 4 p.m.
Okay. All right, because maybe I can't stay till 5, that's the problem.
If you can't stay, actually, we will try to make sure that you retrieve the part of the training course that you missed. Okay?
Okay.
Is the sorry, a question, please. Is this going to be recorded? The course?
Yes, we are recording the training course so that we can collect all the information, you know, that we are giving to you along the way. So if you have some kind of serious problem for which you can't attend, of course, inform us and we will try to make sure that you get all the information you need as appropriate.
We will be able to see it later. Sorry, we will be able to see it later, the recording.
Mr. Scambri, for those who are following the training course right now, try to pay attention to all the information, and if you have some problems and you miss part of the training course, we will try to give you the possibility to see once again the training session concerning the parts that you missed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So I believe that we can start again with the training session. Welcome back.
Welcome back to all. So we have seen all the definitions that are important. So don't hesitate to come back to those definitions in a general way. Don't hesitate to come back to the recommendation at any time. You will have it with you during your mission. If you have a doubt, come back to the recommendation, to the definitions, and to the principal measures. You do not have to know it by heart, just to understand effectively that it's most important how it's functioning. But then you have the possibility to come back at any time, of course, and to read it again by yourself. So we have seen the part one definitions and the general scope of this recommendation. Now we are coming to part two to see what are effectively the management measures that have been that are scheduled by this recommendation. So the main one, the main management measure that was also the main recovery measure before that is still in use is effectively the quota. It is the main and most important management measure. So we have seen that the ICAT in its annual meeting has established this quota for 2022. It's the same of last year, but the one in use for 2022 is 36,000 tons. So it's the general quota for the waters under the jurisdiction of the ICAT, meaning East Atlantic and mainly the Mediterranean. So the main catch allowance, because it's a catch allowance is 36,000 tons for all the Mediterranean Sea. Then, once this quota has been established, and it is established, is this quota divided among the CPCs of ICCAT. So here in page 4, you have the breakdown of this quota among all the concerned CPCs of ICCAT. So this allocation has not changed since last year. There are discussions still and will come in the future years about this allocation, knowing that effectively, let's say, 1,000 countries of the Mediterranean are asking for more quota. And that it will be divided in a different way. Anyway, in this breakdown, maybe Onela, you can come up a little bit to see all the table of the, no, here it is. So here you have the breakdown of the 36,000 tons. You have the list of the CPCs that receive a quota from ICCAT. You know that the CPC receiving a quota from ICCAT is responsible towards ICCAT of the management of this quota. So effectively, this quota is given to CPCs that historically have fished bluefin tuna. All the CPCs of ICCAT do not receive quota of bluefin tuna, of course, and we see immediately that the main receiving CPC is EU, because EU is the CPC for ICCAT, and as the main part of this quota. So, receiving this quota, then the European Commission and DG Mare is splitting this quota among its member states. So it's here also all the European Union member states do not receive a quota, only the Mediterranean CPCs mainly, and the CPCs that have historically fished bluefin tuna. So for European Union and Mediterranean countries, the main fishing countries are Spain, France, Italy, Croatia. Malta has only got, I think, one persiner that is fishing effectively, and so Malta received a little part of this quota. So this is the breakdown once more of the quota between all the CPCs. Then so this is the main management measures is the quota. Then receiving this quota, the CPCs must absolutely manage this quota. The first step for managing quota is to present every year, after it has been assigned this quota, a fishing plan. In fact, we have seen that one of the goals of this management plan is to maintain the stock at a sustainable level. So to put in front of the quota fishing means that are commensurate with the level of this quota. So every year, the CPC present to ICCAT a proper fishing plan when it describes the way it will use this quota. In fact, it describes the way this quota will be catched and the fishing effort that will be put in front of this quota. And effectively, this fishing plan gives by year the number of boats or vessels, of catching vessels or traps that will catch this quota. So from a general quota, 36,000 tons, then you have a breakdown of a CPC quota. Every CPC receives a quota. From the CPC quota, each CPC gives a quota to each fishing gear, purseaners, longliners, trap mainly, eventually small coastal vessels, and also a quota, we'll see it, for sport and recreational fisheries. Then inside every gear category, the CPC is also detailing in its fishing plan the number of catching means that will be involved. So then the quota is divided throughout the fleets, different fleets, or the different means. And the quota became at that stage an individual quota. It means that every fishing gear receives an individual quota. Every catching vessel, mainly the purseaners, receive an individual quota. So from the general quota, we come to the CPC quota, and from the CPC quota, it becomes an individual quota by catching mean. So a trap receives an individual quota, a purseaner receives an individual quota, longliner receives an individual quota, and so on. So it's what is described here in this section. It's effectively this specific measure about the management of the quota. So we'll see some points about this. So one important point is the point 6 that you have always to have in mind, and everyone has to have in mind. The flag CPC may require a catching vessel to proceed immediately to a port designated by it when the individual quota of the vessel is deemed to be exhausted. So at any moment, because to enter into the bluefin tuna activity, you, when I say you, it's a private operator that owns a catching mean and a catching vessel. He has to have an individual quota. A vessel without a quota cannot go out and fish bluefin tuna. You have seen this morning that you have a record, we'll see it afterwards also, of the catching vessels. But it's only the very first authorization. It means that those vessels are registered by a CPC, have a proper license by the CPC, but it do not mean that because you are on the list of ICAT of catching vessel, then you are specifically authorized to fish bluefin tuna. To be definitively authorized to fish bluefin tuna, you have to receive from your CPC an individual quota. And in the fishing plan prepared by the CPC, we'll see it. The CPC is giving the list of its catching means and catching vessels, along with the information on the individual quota that it has given to the specific vessel. So when at any time a catching vessel has reached its individual quota, he has to stop immediately to fish, because he cannot more be able to fish because he has exhausted its individual quota, even if the season is still going on. But the first thing, the first management measures is that when a catching vessel has reached his individual quota, he compulsory has to stop fishing and turn immediately to his base port. And this is the responsibility of the flag CPC. to monitor the consumption of the TAC for all its catching means, and to verify that those means stop their activity when the quota is exhausted. It's a very, very important point. Okay, then we'll go to point 12 and see effectively the submission of annual fishing plans. So there is a specific section, a very important one, and it's part of the management measures, that each CPC has to submit an annual fishing plans. So submission of annual fishing plans, fishing and farming capacity management, and inspection plans and farming management plans. All that has to be submitted by the CPCs prior to the campaign. So the point 12, by 15 February each year, so before the beginning of the campaign itself, each CPC with an allocated Eastern Atlantic and Mediterranean bluefin tuna quota. Effectively, the CPCs that has not got any quota has not to submit a fishing plan. Only the CPCs with a quota, we have just seen the list of it. So those CPCs shall submit to the ICCAT Secretariat first an annual fishing plan for the catching vessels and traps fishing bluefin tuna in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean. So the CPCs with catching vessels and traps are to submit effectively a fishing plan. An annual fishing capacity management plan ensuring that the CPC authorized fishing capacity is commensurate with the allocated quota drawn up to include the information set forth in paragraph 16 to 21. So here it's recalled that effectively the quota or the fishing capacity, the fishing effort shall be commensurate with the level of the quota that the specific CPC has received. So this capacity is first historic, because from a year to another you have a certain fishing capacity. So and it's the case this year, the quota will be the same from 2021 and 2022. So a CPC that has the same quota cannot come towards ICCAT and say, I will deploy the double or a third time the quantity of vessels that will fish the bluefin tuna. Of course, this fishing capacity has to be commensurate with the level of the TAC. You cannot increase your fleet or your fishing capacity. This increase has to remain inside the level of the TAC allowed. The third point of the fishing plan is the monitoring, control, and inspection plan that has to be presented by the CPC with a view to ensuring compliance with the provision of this recommendation. Of course, this plan shall also designate the CPC control competent authority and the list of contact points nominated as responsible for the implementation of this monitoring, control, and inspection plan. So the CPC has to first designate inside of it a competent authority that will respond to ICCAT for all these inspection, monitoring, and control activities, and he has to submit also a plan of it, the means he will deploy, the number of inspectors, and so on and so on. So all that is inside the fishing plan of that each CPC has to present by 15th of February to ICCAT Secretariat. Also, an annual farming management plan has to be presented, including the authorized maximum input. We have seen before the coffee break that effectively a farm, when it's authorized by its CPC, has also an input. It's their farming capacity, meaning that it is the weight, that maximum weight of fish that the farm can receive from the catch. That is called the input. That is the farm capacity. So this, so including in this plan the authorized maximum input per farm and the maximum capacity per farm and the total amount of fish by farm carried over from the previous year. In some farms, effectively, we have seen that they receive the fish, they fatten it for a certain period. So most of the farms, mainly the one in Malta, the ones in Malta, receive the fish after the campaign, keep it for several months, and at a maximum sell it by the end of the year or beginning of next year. Some other farms, mainly in Croatia, because it's their habit, they may receive fish that are smaller than we see elsewhere, and they may keep the fish over years to be sure that they reach the minimum weight, the minimum selling weight. So effectively, a farm may keep from a year to another fishes. If it is so, it is to be declared by the farm, and it is to be declared by the CPC in its farming plan to ICCAT. When we have what is called here carry over, is the fact to carry over from a year to another fishes into the same farm, and this fish has to be clearly identified. So point 13, prior to March 2022, so it has already been done, the Commission, so the ICCAT Commission, shall convene an intersessional meeting of Panel 2. We have seen that Panel 2 is the panel inside of ICCAT that is dealing with bluefin tuna. So every year by March, before end of March, this Panel 2 of ICCAT is meeting to analyze as appropriate and endorse the fishing plans that have been presented by the CPC. So there is a control here by ICCAT and by Panel 2 of ICCAT of it's just to verify, to analyze first what is inside the fishing plans, but also to verify that effectively these fishing plans are in line with the quota that has been given to each CPC. So they verify effectively from one year to another, and according to the level of the quota, how many catching vessels will be involved, how many traps will be involved, and they verify also the inputs of the farms. It's clear that the overall inputs of the farms cannot be higher than the overall quota. So they are making all those analyses and they can introduce comments directly toward the CPC saying, why have you put this in your fishing plan? You have to change it to be in conformity with the ICCAT recommendation. So the point 14 is important, and we have seen it in the annual fishing plans. The annual fishing plan shall identify, as I was just saying, the quotas allocated to each GEAR group. The first level of the annual fishing plan is to give an overall quota to each different fishing catching GEAR. The main ones, once more, are the purse seiners, traps, longliners. The method used to allocate and manage quotas, as well as the measures to ensure the respect of the individual quotas, the open fishing season for each GEAR category, and the rules on bycatch. Effectively, there are some aspects, we'll see it afterwards, that are managed by the CPCs. For some GEARs, effectively, the CPC may reduce the period of fishing for a certain type of GEARs, and also give some specific rule for the bycatch that we will see also. So there is another important aspect, effectively, here in the fishing plans, and that's we're just saying it's the overall fishing capacity. So there is the spirit of adjusting at any time the fishing capacity to what is sustainable, to what is the quota. So, and it is said in point 16, each CPC, because once more, once the CPC has received the quota, the CPC is responsible towards ICCAT of the management of its quota. So each CPC shall adjust its fishing capacity to ensure that it is commensurate with its allocated quota by using relevant yearly catch rates by fleet segment and GIR proposed by the SCRS and adopted by the Commission in 2009. So it's the role of Panel 2. Effectively, SCRS, in its different research duties, makes determine a specific fishing effort by segment of fleet or GIR. It means that you have an average catch capacity by prisoner, by longliners, by traps, and so on. And effectively, when a CPC is presenting its fishing plan, this has to meet this average towards the quota given, for example, for the purseaners. You cannot put a fleet that is over this average effort capacity that is calculated by the SCRS. So the point 17 is linked with this spirit. The annual fishing capacity management plan shall adjust the number of catching vessels to demonstrate that the fishing capacity is commensurate with the fishing opportunities allocated to the catching vessels for the same quota period. Okay, so there is specific measures that are not specifically of interest, but the point 18, yes. So the adjustment of fishing capacity for purseine vessels. The purseine vessels is the main catching main catching GIR of bluefin tuna. It represents mainly more or less 90% of the catching capacity every year. So it's the main one. That's why there is a specific measure for that. The adjustment of fishing capacity of purseine vessels shall be limited to a maximum variation of 20% compared to the baseline fishing capacity of 2018. When calculating the number of vessels using 20%, CPCs can eventually round up the figure to the next whole number. Effectively, a catching vessel cannot be divided in pieces. So, but you have a limitation. And here for 2022, the level is the one of 2018. So logically, a CPC cannot present a plan with a number of purseiner higher than 20% of the number of purseiner it had in 2018. So we come to the point 22. So farming capacity, as we have fishing capacity, we have also farming capacity that is to be presented for the farming CPCs, of course. A lot of CPCs, some CPCs, like France, for example, have only a catch means or catch GIR, because France has only purseaners. But France do not have any farming facility. But some other CPCs, like Croatia, for example, Spain, for example, Malta, of course, have catching facilities, but also farming facilities. So 22, each farm CPC shall establish an annual farming management plan. Such plan shall demonstrate that the total input capacity and the total farming capacity is commensurate with the estimated amount of bluefin tuna available for farming, including the information referred in some paragraph. The Commission, the ICCAT Commission, shall ensure that the total farming capacity is commensurate with the total amount of bluefin tuna available for farming in the area. So the total amount of bluefin tuna available for farming, it's of course linked with the number of fish in the quota, or the weight of fishes in the quota. Okay. So this is for the fishing and farming plan. So in the management measures, two things, two aspects. The first one is the quota, the main important one. We have always to keep in mind that we have a quota and we have to manage this quota, and we are partly there for that. The observer programs are there also to verify that the quota is respected. And then we have these plans, fishing and farming plans, that describe effectively the level of effort that will be mobilized during a specific campaign for a specific quota. So then we can go to the part 3, point 28, that are the technical measures. So the technical measures are besides the inside effectively the management plan, but are besides the management measures. They support effectively the management measures. So the first thing, the first one that is of importance is open seasons. You cannot fish effectively the bluefin tuna all year long. It was the case long time ago, and before almost 2010. But since then, effectively, the fishing of the bluefin tuna is limited to a certain period of time that are different, of course, according to the gear that you use. So, open season, first line, per-scene fishing for bluefin tuna shall be permitted in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean during the period from 26th of May to 1st of July. So it means 5 weeks. So this is the main period. We'll see there are, of course, derogations, but the main period that you have to have in mind always and to recall is this one. It was before, it was 4 weeks. It was only 1 month. It has been extended to 5 years when we have come to a management plan. But before 2019, it was only 4 weeks. Now it's 5 weeks. So 26th of May to 1st of July. So you have to consider that the fishing period is open between 25 and 26th of May at midnight, and it ends on between the 1st of July and the 2nd of July at midnight. So it is also important to know that it is the fishing of bluefin tuna, so the catching of bluefin tuna, that is inside this period. The per-seaner may do a fishing operation and catch tuna on the 1st of July at maximum, but it may transfer this fish on the 2, 3, or 4 of July. It's not prohibited as long as the fish has been caught before the 1st of July at midnight. This is the main period of authorization of open season. Then we have some derogations. So by way of derogation, the season in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. So the limitation is FAO fishing areas 37.3.1, Aegean 37.3.2 Levant may be open from 15th of May if a CPC requests it in its fishing plan. So the CPCs that are inside the specific Mediterranean area may request in their fishing plan to begin before the 20th of May, to begin the 15th of May. It's the case of Egypt or Turkey. By way of derogation, the season of the Adriatic Sea, FAO fishing area 37.2.1, may be open from 26 May until 15 of July for fish farms in the Adriatic Sea. So here it's the contrary, it begins on the 26th of May, but it can be extended for 2 weeks until 15 of July. This concerns mainly the Croatian fleets that has this derogation, because the only CPC that is farming free fish in the Adriatic Sea is between Italy and Croatia, is Croatia. So it's for mainly the Croatian fleet. The derogation applies only for the Croatian fleet. By way of derogation, also the percent fishing season in the Norwegian economic zone and in the Icelandic economic zone shall be from 25 of June to 15 of November. In this very north area, we are outside the Mediterranean, but these two countries are CPCs, and they receive a specific quota from ICCAT. So here, why do they have the derogation? Because the bluefin tuna going out of the Mediterranean is present in their seas at this period. This is an extended period for them to be able to catch the bluefin tuna. And last derogation is for Morocco, mainly Morocco, where they have the possibility, if they put it in their fishing plan, to fish from 1st of May to 15 June, but only if they fish in the Eastern Atlantic. So from the Moroccan ports directly in the Atlantic. So Morocco, that has 4 personers, may have the possibility, if they request it, to fish from the 1st of May to the 15th of June, but only if they fish in the Atlantic Ocean. Point 29 regarding this season also is important. If weather conditions prevent fishing operations, CPCs may decide, this decision from the CPC, not from ICCAT, that the fishing season referred under paragraph 28 be expanded by an equivalent number of lost days up to 10 days. If during the open season, 26th of May to 1st July, and it happens oftenly, you have very bad weather that effectively prevent the personers to go out and fish, they may compensate this. CPC may decide to compensate this by giving an extension to the official opening season, but they have to justify it, of course, afterwards to ICCAT. You can compensate only the number of days of bad weather, and this is limited to 10 days. Even if you have encountered 15, 20, or 13 days of bad weather, you can, at maximum, extend by 10 days, meaning until the 10th of July, the period of authorized fishing. Point 30. So we have seen these periods is for personers, okay? And then you have the period for longliners. The catching of bluefin tuna shall be permitted in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean by large-scale pelagic long lines catching vessels over 24 meters during the period from 1st January to 31 of May, with the exception of the area delimited by west of 10 degrees west and north of 42 degrees north, as well as in the Norwegian Economic Zone, where such fishing shall be permitted from 1st of August to 31 of January. So for the Norwegian waters, you have this derogation because once more, the bluefin tuna is not present at the other periods. But logically, for the longliners, the authorized period is 1st of January to 31 of May. Point 31, CPC shall establish open fishing season for their fleets other than purse-seined vessels and vessels referred to in paragraph 30, and shall provide this information in their fishing plan defined in paragraph 14 to be analyzed and, as appropriate, endorsed by panel 2 intersessionally. So for the purse-seiners and the longliners, the CPCs has no choice than to follow this period that has been established by ICAT in the recommendation. For catching vessels that are other than purse-seined vessels or longliners, it's the CPC that's defined the period of fishing, but they have to put it in their fishing plan, and this has to be endorsed by panel 2. But it's the CPC that is deciding upon these open seasons for the other gears than purse-seiners or longliners. So this is the first technical measure, very important one. It's the limited authorized period to fish the bluefin tuna according to each gear. Second technical measures, as it exists in a lot of fisheries, it's a minimum size. There is a minimum size also in the catching activity of bluefin tuna, and also derogations that goes along with. So the main one, the one that you have to have in mind at any time is the presented at point 33. The minimum size for bluefin tuna caught in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean shall be of 30 kilos or, and I insist in or, it's not and, it's or the weight or the length, or 115 centimeter fork length. Therefore, CPC shall take the necessary measures to prohibit catching, retaining on board, transshipping, transferring, landing, transporting, storing, selling, displaying, or offering for sale of bluefin tuna weighing less than 13 kilos or with fork length of less than 115 centimeters. This is the two sizes that you have to have always in mind, 30 kilos or 115 centimeters. And you see the list of prohibition is not only extended, it's really prohibited for every kind of activity, from catching to selling. It's really prohibited to have these fishes undersized. But as we have said, there is also derogations. So the derogations to this minimum size is presented at point 34. By derogation, the point 33, a minimum size for bluefin tuna of 8 kilos or 75, it's still or, it's on that, 35 centimeter fork length shall apply to the following situations. A, bluefin tuna caught in Eastern Atlantic by bay boats and trolling boats. So only in Eastern Atlantic, so along the coastline of France, Portugal, and eventually Morocco. Bluefin tuna and Spain. Bluefin tuna caught in the Mediterranean by the small-scale coastal fleet fishery for fresh fish by bait boats, longliners, and handliners. and C, bluefin tuna caught in the Adriatic Sea for farming purposes. Donc, ici, on the point C. Effectively, it's linked, it's regarding only the Croatian area, because we are in the Adriatic Sea, and you can maintain fishes of that size if and only if the purpose is to farm those fishes. So why? Because historically, Croatia in its farming process, and because in this part of the Mediterranean you find only little fishes, and so Croatia has the habit to farm little fishes and to grow them over several years to reach a minimum selling size. So this derogation stands only for Croatia, and only if the fishes that are catched are then farmed. If they are not farmed, you cannot fish fishes of those specific sizes by this derogation. Excuse me. Then we'll come to the point 36. That is important too. You have also in the technical measures all what concerns incidental catches of fish below minimum size. That may happen because in all fisheries activity you may have incidental catches. So 36, for catching vessels fishing actively for bluefin tuna and tuna traps, CPCs may, it's not compulsory, it's according to the decision of each CPC, authorize an incidental catch of no more than 5% by number of bluefin tuna weighing between 8 kilos and 30 kilos, or in the alternative with fork lengths between 75 and 115 centimeters. This percentage shall be calculated in relation to the total catches in number of bluefin tuna retained on board a vessel at any time after each fishing operation in the above mentioned weight or length categories. So there is a tolerance of 5% by number of bluefin tuna undersized that may be incidental catches. Point 37. All CPCs shall allocate a specific quota for bycatch of a bluefin tuna, excuse me. So even if it's bycatch, and it's important to note it, even if it's bycatch, this bycatch of bluefin tuna enters into the quota and is calculated against the quota. So the levels of authorized bycatches as well as the methodology to calculate those bycatches in relation with the total catches on board in weight or number of specimens shall be clearly defined in the annual fishing plan submitted to the ICCAT Secretariat and shall never exceed 20% of the total catches on board at the end of each fishing trip. Calculation in number of PC shall only apply of tuna and tuna-like species. For the small-scale coastal vessel fleet, the amount of bycatch can be calculated on an annual basis. And anyway, all bycatches of dead bluefin tuna, whether retained or discarded, shall be deducted from the quota of the flag CPC and reported to ICCAT. This is really a general rule. So all catches of bluefin tuna are against the quota once more. We go to the point 38, recreational fisheries and sport fisheries. We have seen the definition this morning. So here also, this kind of fisheries, they are non-commercial fisheries, I recall, but they have specific rules. that has to be followed also by the CPCs under the recommendation. When CPC allocates a specific quota to sport and recreational fisheries, this is the first point, even if they are sport and recreational, they have to receive logically a quota for their activities by the CPC under which they operate. That allocated quota shall be set even if catch and release is compulsory for bluefin tuna caught in sport and recreational fisheries to account for possible dead fish. You may know that the practice in this kind of fisheries is that effectively it's a leisure activity. So often, and sometimes it's compulsory, when they catch a fish, and mainly bluefin tuna, they catch it and they release it immediately. But even so, the recommendation is stating that this fish is to be declared first and comes under the quota, because even if it's released as he has been catch, he may die sometime after. So that's why he is calculated against the quota. Each CPC that is also residing this kind of fisheries shall regulate recreational and sport fishery by issuing fishing authorization to vessels for the purpose of sport and recreational fishing. As they are supposed to give a quota to these activities and those fisheries, they are also supposed to give specific fishing authorization. CPC shall take the necessary measures to prohibit to catch and retention on board, transshipment or landing of more than one bluefin tuna per vessel per day for recreational fisheries. You see that it's very limited for recreational fisheries, not sport fisheries, but recreational fisheries. Only one bluefin tuna can be retained on board, transshipped or land per vessel and per day. The marketing of bluefin tuna caught in recreational and sport fishing shall be prohibited. We have seen that those two fisheries are non-commercial activities and fisheries, so they cannot sell or market bluefin tuna caught. And each CPC shall take measures to record catch data, including weight of each bluefin tuna caught during sport and recreational fishing, and communicate to the ICCAT Secretariat the data for the preceding year by 31 July each year. So each CPC is responsible to give information and to give statistics about those catches of bluefin tuna by these activities. Point 42, dead catches from sport and recreational fisheries shall be counted against the quota allocated to the CPC, of course, because it has been catch, and so it has been it has to be deducted from the tag of the CPC. And each CPC, of course, shall take the necessary measures to ensure, to the greatest extent possible, the release of bluefin tuna, especially juveniles, caught alive in the framework of recreational and sport fishing activity. This is for recreational and sport activities, and they are part of the recommendation because it's a fishery activity. They are part of the quota, and there are specific measures to be taken by the CPCs for these specific fisheries, and it's a technical measures. Other very important technical measures, it's at point 47, is use of aerial means. So the use of any aerial means, including aircraft, helicopters, or any types of unmanned aerial vehicles to search for bluefin tuna shall be prohibited. Before 2010, it was of use for the operators to use aerial means to effectively search for bluefin tuna, because it was a very efficient way to detect where there were concentration of bluefin tuna and to send directly their personnels to this area to catch the bluefin tuna. All the aerial means are now prohibited. When they say all, of course, aircraft and helicopters, it's obvious, but when they say any types of unmanned aerial vehicles, of course, they think about the drones. Drones are also prohibited to search for bluefin tuna. So if you see aircraft, it means little aircrafts flying very low above the sea, or helicopters or drones, you may have to report of that, because there will be an inquiry afterwards if you can see effectively the type of aircraft. Eventually their specific identification number, it's important to report about it, because it's strictly prohibited under the recommendation. So we have seen all the technical measures under the recommendation. A specific and limited fishing season, minimum size for the catches, the regulations for sports and recreational fisheries, rules about bycatches and incidental catches, and the use of aerial means. This is all the technical measures that are has to be respected under this recommendation. Then, so for this part, the part 3, have you got some queries or questions?
I believe for now they have not, so maybe we can move on to control measures, Jean-Pierre.
Okay, thank you. So part 4 is, of course, a big part of the recommendations, because once we have addicted effectively the management measures and the technical measures, we, as we say, it's not only the observers, but we as a community, CPCs, inspectors, observers, even individual bodies, we have to control that these measures are applied. And that's the aim of this part 4, that is subdivided in subsections that are regarding all the different activities that are implemented in the bluefin tuna fishery. So the first control measures, it's the one that regarding the records. You have seen this morning, looking at the ICAT website, and at any time you have the possibility to go and to see this ICAT website, mainly for what regard these records. In fact, those records are compulsory. They are maintained by the ICAT Secretariat, and they are maintained upon information that are given by the CPCs themselves. So the CPCs have to give those records informations in a proper time to the ICAT Secretariat to maintain this record. So when you will be at sea, you will first be on your own vessel, towing vessel or longliner, but you will see also other vessels acting outside and beside your own vessel. So at any time, you have to verify that those vessels are authorized as fishing vessels or catching vessels to act inside the bluefin tuna fishing activity. So to verify it, you have at your disposal those records, because all means that are entering into the fishery, the bluefin tuna fishery activity is recorded by ICCAT Secretariat. So you go on the ICCAT website, you go on the item of those records, and you verify that the boat or the vessel that you have seen operating besides you is effectively registered, properly registered in those records. If it is not, it is a problem. If he has not got first ICCAT number and is not recorded, it may be an illegal vessel that is participating to the activities that is not duly authorized. So you have to report upon that also. That will be, you will see tomorrow, but that will be part of your duty. So those records are very important. So you have seen this morning 3 types of records: the records of vessels, of fishing, all fishing vessels by category. You have the records of traps. So traps are less numerous than the vessels. For the traps, the CPCs that have got traps facilities are Portugal, Spain, Morocco, and Italy. And the records of farms. So you have effectively to verify in the documents when the fish is destinated to a specific farm, that this farm is really recorded and authorized in the records of farms inside the ICCAT records. So the first control measures is the ICCAT record of those means. The first one is the record of fishing vessels. We go rapidly because we have seen it rapidly this morning. So CPCs shall establish and maintain an ICCAT record of all fishing vessels that we have seen in the definitions this in the beginning of the afternoon. So in paragraph 3, definition A, all fishing vessels. That record shall consist of the following list. First list, catching vessels fishing actively for bluefin tuna, so mainly purseaners, longliners. B, other vessels engaged in bluefin tuna related activities other than catching vessels. So you have 2 categories in the records: the catching vessels and the other vessels, inside of which you find the towing vessels, of course. So here you have the information for 49 that, and you have seen it this morning, that you may find in the record: name and registry number of the vessel, specification and type of vessel, length and gross registered tonnage, IMO number, GI used, previous flag, previous name if there was a different flag and name before, international radio call sign, name and address of the owner, this is important, our operator, and time period authorized for fishing, operating, or transporting bluefin tuna for farming. I recall here that for the catching vessels, the minimum is to be in this record, in this ICCAT record, with a specific ICCAT number. But it's not sufficient to catch bluefin tuna. To catch bluefin tuna, once more, you have to be authorized, you have to be recorded, but you have also to have an individual quota. Don't forget that. So, point 15, it is recorded also that for vessels over 24 meters, and independently of the gear used, and for all purseine vessels, CPC shall indicate the number of vessels to the ICCAT Secretariat as part of the fishing plan that we have seen at point 12 of this recommendation. So you have effectively the CPC has to record their personas, but in their phishing plans, they have to list also the personas that will be involved in the phishing campaign. So it's the responsibility, point 51, of the ICAT secretary to establish and maintain the ICAT record of all catching vessels, fishing activity for bluefin tuna, and all other vessels authorized to operate. And to take any measures to ensure availability of the record through electronic means, including by placing it on the ICAT website. And it's what is done. You have seen it this morning on the ICAT website. You find the record of these vessels. So each flag CPC shall submit electronically each year to the ICAT Secretariat at the latest 15 days before the beginning of the fishing activity, the list of its catching vessel referred in paragraph 48. At the latest 15 days before the start of their operation, the list of other fishing vessels referred in the paragraph 48b. So once more, this record is completed upon information given by the and lists given by the CPCs, but those records are maintained by the ICAT Secretariat and have to be put on the ICAT website and updated effectively every year on the ICAT website. So point 54, that's the consequences of that. Fishing vessels not entered into one of the ICAT records are deemed not to be authorized to fish. For retain on board, transship, transport, transfer, process, or land bluefin tuna. So, as I was saying, if you see a boat or vessel around your own vessel of duty, you have at any time to verify that it is recorded and on a specific ICAT number. Because if it's not the case, this vessel can not operate for any type of activity that falls under the bluefin tuna fishing, and is an illegal vessel, and it has to be reported as such. So this point 54 is important because every fishing mean that has to be, and every fishing vessel has to be recorded, duly recorded to ICAT. Point 56, also important. Fishing authorizations for vessels and traps authorized for fish to fish for bluefin tuna. CPCs shall issue special authorization or national fishing licenses to vessels and traps included in one of the lists described in those paragraphs and records. Fishing authorization shall contain as a minimum the information set out in Annex 13. Annex 13 of this recommendation, you have all the minimum. There might be more, but there is a minimum information according to ICAT that the CPC fishing authorization must contain. The flag CPC shall ensure that the information contained in the fishing authorization is accurate and consistent with the rules of ICAT. The flag CPC shall take the necessary enforcement measures in accordance with their legislation and may require the vessel to proceed immediately to a designated port when the individual quota is deemed to be exhausted. We have already seen that in the management measure, but it's recalled here again. The main authorization is the quota. The authorization is given and managed by the CPC itself. The CPC itself is responsible towards ICAT. he asks the CPC to enforce and take necessary enforcement measures towards the operators. And he has to give results of that to ICAT every year at the annual meeting in November. The CPCs are due to respond to the other CPCs or to ICAT if effectively they are taken, and they have to present the eventually if asked for the enforcement measures they are taken against operators that have not complied with these recommendations and the measures of this recommendation. And it's recalled definitely at the end that effectively, once the quota is exhausted, you have to stop immediately your fishing, your catching activity, and you have for purseiner or longliner, or eventually small-scale fishery vessel, to turn back to your designated port and stop all activities. So as the vessels are recorded, you have seen also this morning that traps are, with an authorization, of course, are recorded. So just as for the vessel, the Commission shall establish and maintain an ICAT record of all tuna traps authorized to fish for bluefin tuna. So all these traps are recording under the ICAT website. So if you, for example, are towing fish that come from a trap that has been transferred from a trap to a transport cage, so I recall that there is only one case, it's in Italy. We have 2 traps in Sardinia that are transferring directly in a transport cage, may tow this fish. So you have to verify on the documents that effectively the trap is authorized on the ICAT website. So it's the same for the traps, the same things for the vessels. You have also, and we have seen it from 61, an ICAT records of farm authorized to operate for bluefin tuna. So the ICAT secretary at the same shall maintain an ICAT record of all tuna farm authorized to operate for bluefin tuna in its zone. For the purposes of this recommendation, tuna farms not entered into the record are deemed not to be authorized to operate for bluefin tuna, of course. So the same, if you have a doubt on a document, because on the documents, for example, on the PCD or the ITD, that you may have to control, you have the destination farm of the bluefin tuna. You may verify that this destination farm is recorded in on the records of ICAT. So you have all these records. That is the first effectively control measures, is to verify and to control that all the means entering into bluefin tuna, so fishing activity, is duly recorded in the ICAT website. So we'll go now to the point 70. And then I can go to this, it's page 14. Ornella, are you with us?
Sorry, Jean-Pierre, I had some problem in hearing.
No problem. Can we go to page 14.70?
Just a minute, page
14.
Okay, 14.
It's joint fishing operations.
Great.
So we have seen. Yes, is there a question? No.
No, all right.
Okay. So we have seen in the definition of joint fishing operations. So here in the recommendation, you find the way those joint fishing operations are have to be declared and has to operate. So joint fishing operation, once more, is the possibility only for purse-seiners, to join forces to conduct catching activities during the campaign. So it's 2 minimum, there is no maximum, the number of purse-seiner, and they join in every year. You have a joint fishing operation throughout the Mediterranean. So first point, point 70, any joint fishing operation for bluefin tuna shall only be authorized with the express written consent of the CPCs concerned. So the body who is deciding upon a joint fishing operation is the CPC. So there is a request, and it's a written request made by the operators of purse-seiners to enter into a joint fishing operation, and they present it to their CPC, and it's their CPC who is deciding upon. To be authorized, each purse-seine vessel shall be equipped to fish for bluefin tuna. First point, it must be equipped to fish for bluefin tuna. Equipped to fish for bluefin tuna means that at minimum, he has a net, a purse-seine net. First point. Second point, this purse-seiner, of course, he must have a specific individual quota allocation. A purse-seine, it seems obvious, but it's the case. A purse-seiner without an individual quota is not authorized to fish, and of course cannot enter into a joint fishing operation. And third point, he has to operate in accordance with the requirements defined in the paragraph we will see after 71 and 73. So the first point, he shall be equipped, because time ago it was often the case that, in fact, some purse-seiner, operator of purse-seiner, were into brackets selling indirectly their quota to other operators. So they had a purse-seiner recorded, authorized by a CPC, but he was entering the joint fishing operation only to give its quota to the others with obviously a financial compensation, of course. So now it's compulsory to enter, and the CPC has to verify it, that all the purse-seiners that are entering a joint fishing operation are able to catch, to fish, with the presence of course, a net. The most important in a purse-seine vessel is equipped with this specific net. And because it's not compulsory, but in a joint fishing operation, all the purse-seiners are supposed to be able to catch bluefin tuna. But in reality, effectively, in most of the joint fishing operations, and most of the GFOs, because it's the letters that we use, and even inside the recommendation, inside the GFOs, every year you have effectively only some of the purse-seiners, it's strategical or commercial agreements between the operators, but only some of the purse-seiners are effectively catching the bluefin tuna. The other ones are there to search for bluefin tuna for the other purse-seiners inside the GFO. The second point, effectively, is to have this individual quota allocation. This is obvious, but it is to be repeated. You can enter a GFO only if you have an individual quota. So, important measure, the quota allocated to a given GFO shall be equal to the total of all the quotas allocated to purse-seined vessels participating in the concerned GFO. Last point, furthermore, the duration of the GFO shall not be longer than the duration of the fishing season for purse-seined vessels, as we have seen. Effectively, a GFO cannot be constituted in duration outside the period, the authorized period given by this recommendation. The GFO may last less time than the authorized period. That is possible, but effectively, as we have an authorized period, the GFO cannot be constituted outside the 26th of May to the 1st of July, of course. Once constituted, the GFO have a quota. The individual quota of each purse-seiner entering the GFO become a general quota of the GFO. The general quota is the sum of all the individual quota of all the purse-seiners participating to a specific GFO. So, for example, if we have two, that is the minimum, purse-seiner entering a GFO, one has a quota, an individual quota of 100, the other one has an individual quota of 50. The general quota of this GFO will be of 150. We are adding the quota of the first purse-seiner to the quota of the second purse-seiner. So the overall quota of the GFO is 150. Okay, so they put in common their means, so they put in common their vessels, but they put in common also their individual quota. So at the moment of the application for the authorization, each CPC shall take the necessary measure to obtain from its purse-seiner vessel participating in a joint fishing operation the following information. So in Annex 5 of this recommendation, you have a specific format with the specific information that the operators must present to their CPC to obtain the authorization to enter into a GFO. There is a period first. The GFO must be declared for a specific period. This period cannot be longer than or outside the authorized period, as we have just said. The identity of the operators involved in the GFO. Most important, the individual vessels quotas. The allocation key between the vessels for the catches involved, and information on the farms of destination. So they have to put all those information. So most important, the individual quota of each vessel, because then from this individual quota, we will have a general quota for the GFO. The farms of destination, there may be several farms of destination, farms where they will, at which they will sell their bluefin tuna, and the allocation key. So the allocation key between the vessels for the catches involved. Once all the purse-seiners are inside the GFO, they enter into the period of catching authorization. So they go out at sea to catch. Inside the GFO, it's not important which purse-seiner is catching. Every purse-seiner inside the GFO may be in a position to catch a bluefin tuna. But the purse-seiner inside the GFO is catching this bluefin tuna for the entire GFO, not only for himself. So it means two things. The first thing is that a purse-seiner inside the GFO can catch more than its individual quota, because inside the GFO, the individual quota of each purse-seiner has come to a general quota. So first thing, a purseiner can catch more than if inside the GFO, more than its individual quota. Knowing that the quota, all the catches of the GFO are recording, and the general quota of the GFO cannot be exceeded. But one purseiner is catching for the whole GFO. Once a purseiner has made a catch during the period of the fishing, this catch is divided among all the purseiner that are participating to this GFO. It's what is called here the allocation key. The allocation key is a percentage. This allocation key, the sum of all this percentage of this allocation key, of course, must be equal to 100%. So all the catch must be divided among all the personnel participating to the GFO. But this allocation key is freely established inside the GFO. It means that it's not compulsory equivalent to the weight of your individual quota you are bringing to the GFO. It can be less, it can be more, because it's a commercial agreement between the operators inside the GFO. Usually, it's merely the same. For example, if I bring 10 tons of individual quota in a GFO that that the overall quota is 100, usually I will get 10% as allocation key, because I have bring to the GFO 10% of its overall quota. But it's not compulsory. Sometimes it's maybe less, maybe 8% or maybe more, 12% of what I have brought as quota to the GFO. It's freely determined and commercially determined, because there are financial issues behind that, between the operators. But when you submit an authorization for constituting a GFO, you have to give the allocation key of the entire GFO, because it's from this allocation key that the CPC and ICAT will manage the quota of this specific GFO. So each CPC shall transmit all the information referred above that we have just seen to the ICAT Secretariat at least five working days before the start of the purse-seined vessels fishing season. So before 5 days maximum before the 26th of May, it means maximum on the 21st of May, sorry, the CPCs shall transmit to the ICAT Secretariat the list of the GFOs they have agreed upon, with the detailed information, mainly the allocation key, the general quota, and the number of personnel participating in each GFO. And then the ICAT Secretariat is maintaining also, and you have seen it this morning, the presentation of ICAT, on the ICAT website, you may find the list of GFOs that are authorized to operate for the fishing campaign. Of course, now we do not have it because the GFOs are not been declared to ICAT already, but before 21st of May and at the latest on 24th of May, this list of GFO will appear on the ICAT website. And it's the point 72. The Commission shall establish and maintain an ICAT record of all joint fishing operations authorized by the CPCs in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean. Point 73 is important too. No GFOs between purse-seined vessels from different CPCs shall be permitted. That's this in principle. However, a CPC with less than 5 authorized purse-seined vessels may authorize joint fishing operation with any other CPC. Each CPC conducting a GFO shall be responsible and accountable for the catches made under this GFO. So it's still the CPC that is always responsible of this quota towards the ICAT, even if in a GFO you may find personers coming from different CPCs. So in principle, you cannot constitute GFOs from different CPCs unless a specific CPC has less than 5 personers. In this case, this CPC can enter in GFO with another CPC. So this is the case of some CPCs. For example, Morocco has got 4 personers authorized with an individual quota. So Morocco, the personers of Morocco can enter into GFOs with other CPCs. And it's what they will do this year. 3 Moroccan boats will enter into GFOs with Turkish boats, with Turkish personers, sorry, and 1 with Tunisian personers. Here, it's not written in the recommendation, but we have an exception. It's for EU, because each CPC may have its own rules towards inside the recommendation, at least that is not going outside the measures of this recommendation. EU is not authorizing its personer to enter into a GFO with another CPC. So it means that you will not find European personers going into or entering a GFOs with other CPCs. But of course, we are inside EU. EU member states may enter into GFOs with other EU member states because we are inside the same CPC. So, for example, you may have GFOs between Spanish vessels and French vessels, Spanish vessels and Italian vessels, for example. But you may not have a joint fishing operation between EU personers and non-EU personers. Is it clear for the GFOs, or do you have any query about that point?
Yeah, maybe there was a question.
Yes.
By Jean-Carl. He asked, what does he mean by 150 tons in quota?
It was just an example. It's just to understand. Two things to understand. First, the GFO is the addition of all the individual quota coming into a GFO. So the general, it was an example, if you have 2 boats, 2 vessels, 2 personers, that wants to come, it's just an example, 2, 3, 4, imagine the minimum one, it's 2. 1 personer has an individual quota of 100. And the second personer has an individual quota of 50. The general quota of the GFO will be the addition of 150 and becomes 150. It's just to give the image, the example of how the individual quota becomes a general quota for the GFO. So if you start with 2 personers, 1 with 100 and 1 with 50, the quota of the GFO will be 150. It's just an example.
Okay, he answered, so there is no general quota. Every fishing boat will have a quota of its own.
At the beginning, no, at the beginning, and we have seen it, each personer has an individual quota. If the personer do not have an individual quota, is not authorized to fish and to catch. So at the beginning, every purseiner has an individual quota. It's put in the fishing annual plan of its CPC. But they have this possibility for the purseaners only to join into joint fishing operation. At the moment in which they join in the joint fishing operation, it's the joint fishing operation that has got an overall individual quota. And the quota of the joint fishing operation is the sum, the addition of all the individual quotas of all the purseaners entering this specific GFO.
Okay, I think it's clear. You said, okay, thanks.
Is clear? Or we can, sure?
Yes, I believe so. So, Jean-Pierre, I don't know if you want to go on a little bit. We actually ended, so this part of the control measures. We are on time to finish this training session today. So if you want to continue tomorrow with the next control measure, then we can close the session right here and continue tomorrow.
Okay, we have to continue tomorrow because we have not finished with the control measures, and we have seen a lot of things yet, but we have still some. So tomorrow morning, at what time do we start?
At 9 a.m.
Okay, okay. We'll
okay, we can talk, and we are going to manage the schedule. Okay.
Okay. But the aim is that we finish effectively the recommendation by tomorrow. But I'm sure we will. Okay. So if there are no other questions, effectively we can end this first part of the presentation of the recommendation, and then we will go through the rest of it tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you to have attended today, and we will meet again with pleasure tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you a lot, Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva, and thank you to all the participants for staying with us till now. So, of course, if you thinking about what we discussed today, think about some questions or curiosities or doubts that you have, you can ask tomorrow. We are going to discuss them together as we start this day 2 of the training session for national observers. So I believe we can close the session.
Can I ask just something about the about the class of today? For me, everything is clear. The explanation was clear for me, but I have just few questions about the period on board and the starting date and how many people are in the crew on the vessels. So this kind of question, I have this kind of question.
Okay, we can discuss about these questions tomorrow afternoon. So maybe you can write them down. We are going to remember that you have those questions. I'm just going to write a note about it. So maybe we can talk about it tomorrow if it's okay for you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we are going to send you another link to participate to the tomorrow training session. You are going to receive it by email as the previous one. Okay, and I believe we can close the session. I am going to give 1 minute the floor to Mr. Luigi Pappalardo. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Hope that everything is clear for the training session of today. I would like to ask Jean-Pierre if you can stay with us just 5-10 minutes more because we have a meeting with Paolo and you have just some things to fix, okay? If it's
No
not a
problem.
problem.
No, it's okay.
Okay, guys, see you tomorrow. We are going to send you the link to join the training session of tomorrow, and tomorrow afternoon in the second part of day 2 we're going to speak also about the duties of the national observers and all the questions that you have in mind, keep in mind for tomorrow. Okay,
Thanks.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Okay, thank you.
Ciao.